is because, it wasn't Henry Ford, I don't think, at the time, but somebody at Ford came up with the idea of making the cars out of wood to save materials for the war effort. So they made all the parts of the car out of metal that they possibly needed to. So wheels, tires, fender, engine, stuff like that. And then made the passenger cabin, they hired coach builders because the horse and buggy was pretty much dead by then. So they hired coach builders to build the wagon for it. That's sick, dude. Yeah. Cool car. Oh, that's beautiful. Look at the woodwork. Oh, that's beautiful. That's cool. Yep. Yeah, Henry Ford always tried to do that, dude. Always. Jim, that's really cool. When is this? Dude, that is some skills right there. Oh my goodness. You know what's interesting? That's almost built like an airplane. That's how airplanes are made. With stringers and stuff. Stringers and bulkheads. Interesting. Oh. Bro. Did you end up buying those parts? Yep. They're on the way. Oh, a 48 Town and Country. Oh. Look at it. Oh. It's huge. How much stuff do you want on the front of your car? Well, yes. That is a nice car. A Lancia Aurelia. Look at that. 52 Lancia. That car is very rare. 57 Morgan. Nice. This is great, Jim. Where is this? The Audrain Automotive Museum. Where is that? Oh, it's in Newport. Well, that explains the cars, Jim. Jesus. That explains these cars. Of course, it would be Newport. A Fiat 500C. Giardiniera. That's a cool car, man. I like that Ford over there. Look at it. Look at it. It's just so small. The Lancia must be in a vacuum. Yeah. Yep, you're not wrong. Gorlami. Oh. That's nice, dude. That's really nice. Fiat's never came with seats like that. Over there you have a 53 Fiat Vignale. And over here you have a 1984 Cadillac Eldorado. Tell me, who pays to restore an 84 Eldorado? I think it's got a certain, sentimental value to it. That's awesome, Hillness, yeah. Wood on cars is the old-fashioned carbon fiber. That's a really good way of saying that, Bobby. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That is a really good way of saying that. You're not wrong. That is accurate. Actually, so it was wood at first, and then it was fiberglass. And then after fiberglass, you got carbon fiber and plastics. The Stratos Zero. Oh, Storm, I knew I liked you. Here, let's go back and see what's good with Starship real quick. So, they have stacked. The next thing that they're going to do is attach the umbilical. This thing is cool. The umbilical has these pilot holes right here. And basically what it does is it's actually on like a... it's on hydraulics, so it basically goes and finds where it needs to attach to. And then it docks to it, which is really cool. It's all done remote control, guys, by the way. So, the stacking is something else, dude. I'll tell you that. Like, this is pretty damn impressive for what it is, right? Like, let's go back a little bit. This was a couple hours ago before we go look at the Stratos, right? You know, they lifted up Starship. The crazy part about this is that no humans are in the loop here. This is all done automatically. It's an automated integration system, which is... That's pretty damn impressive. The fact that they're controlling this from a room down the street, no one's ever done that. No one does stuff like this. Nobody is even close to doing something like this. Usually when you integrate a rocket, humans are in the loop. They have service gantries and taglines, and you pull the stages to stack them on top of each other. Building something that can literally build the stack as well automatically, as well as launch automatically. I mean, everybody does an automatic launch. Everybody does an auto sequencer nowadays, right? Yeah, they went up and then they came back down. Yeah, there's a good picture, right? From the ESA, from the Juice mission, right? Like, they usually have a bunch of guys with taglines like, wow, really could have done without that. Yeah, really could have done without that. Thank you, my ears are now ringing. Thank you, ESA. Very cool. Sorry about that. I'm going to mute this. I'm awake! See, a bunch of guys with taglines, right? Like, and then they, you know, kind of jimmy it into position, right? Why would they overdrive this? That's a funny way of saying headphone users. We experienced the drama, if that's what you call it. Is that some, like, European innuendo or something for your ears are about to be destroyed? Yeah, stay right. Yeah, the woo! That was cool, man. I don't get pissed when people get hyped about rockets. Because I myself have screamed at one when it was launching. Yeah, can relate. Anyway, so see, like, they got a bunch of guys, you know, checking to make sure everything is good, right? And then those people are gonna leave, and then they're just gonna lift the damn thing up. They lift the whole freaking thing up. It's just done it's done down the street, which still is just. And you know what the crazy part is? Software guys. I know there's software people looking at this and they're like, huh, it's automated, huh? You know that SpaceX has some kind of neural net in the background that's looking for the right parameters for stacking. So they'll basically stack it once, manually operating this thing, right? And then you know there's some kind of background script here or background piece of code that's going to be able to do it automatically in the future. Literally just place Starship here and it's going to do like what the... Boston Dynamics robots do when they pick up the boxes and they put them down somewhere. Like, the ship will have, like, QR codes on the side, and it'll just, you know? It'll just basically machine learn how to integrate it right every time, which is... Dude, that is next level stuff. I'll say it right now. That's next level. So Skynet will be managing SpaceX. Yeah. But can it dance? I mean, I'm sure they could make the catch arms do that. To be honest, we have the tech that's been able to do this since the late 80s. Yeah. Yeah. Tessa. Oh my God, Storm. Does that have a... Okay, so one, I don't think I could fit in that. Two, what happens if you flip over? Yeah, okay, cool. You're dead. Because Italian cars like catching on fire. Just saying. And I'm saying that as someone that's ethnically Italian. Yeah, they like catching on fire. That really happens a lot. But, I mean, if you do end up, you know, perishing in this thing, at least you're going to look damn good when you do it. That's sick. Yeah, okay. I've decided. I like it. I don't like that sweep in the door right there. Like that. I don't like that sweep. If it was one line going all the way to the front and then over, I think it would look a little bit nicer. Oh, yeah, from that angle, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Well, apparently German ones like doing that too, Cirrus. I mean... Yeah, Storm. I don't hate it. You're sitting... Oh, dude, you're sitting on the spare tire. Look at that. Yeah, that's cool, man. Yeah. Yeah. Are you Richard Hammond? If not, you're saved. Yeah, that's right. Dude, yeah, that's a cool looking car. There's something... The back... See, like... Something about... You know, there's certain cars that look really cool from certain angles and then look really stupid from other angles. Like, the back of the car looks awesome from that angle. But the back of the car looks silly from this angle. I don't know what that's about. It feels like there needs to be something back there. Like a bumper or something. But then again, seeing the transaxle and the exhaust just hanging out the end like that, that's cool. How do you even get the spare tire out? The seats. You pull the seats up. Where are the crumple zones on that? It's the 70s, so no. F-104. F-104, Lancia, Lady Pilot. Very nice. Very nice. Yep. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, I like everything that's going on in this picture right here. Yeah, that's pretty sweet. Yeah, I dig it. That's really cool. That's a cool car. That is definitely a thing. It looks like the car in the British TV show UFO. Stratos un mito. I like the regular Stratos. The regular Stratos is a cool car. I'll never be able to fit in one. I'm too big. But the Stratos, though. The Stratos, though. That's nice. Very nice. Very nice car. I mean, Storm, if we're going to get into it...
Discovery, go at throttle.
I like the Mark II. The Mark II Stratos. Type 37. Type 37 Stradale. Bellissimo. La macchina grande. Oh, yeah, Tessa, I can't fit in these cars. I can't fit in anything, dude. I can't fit in a Lotus either. Old Lotus? No way. Not fitting in that. My head would be out the T-top. Yeah, that car just looks right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the Type 37 is a monster. I'll tell you one Lancia that I could fit in. Delta Integrale. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's nice. You'd fit in that. Walter Roll fit in that car, and he's 1.96. All right, cool. But I want... See, Mr. Bean has one. And if Mr. Bean has one, you know it's nice. That car's... It looks like a VW Golf. So, it's a 5-door hatch from the 80s that Lancia made for homologation rules for rally racing. It is 2.0 turbo all-wheel drive in the 80s. Well, early 90s. Let's say early 90s. This is before Volkswagen ever thought of making the GTI R32, that is a cool car. GTI R32s are cool. I love how he daily drove his McLaren F1. Yeah. E-Type in the DeLorean. Yeah. The HF Martini 5. Oh, my guy. You are a man of taste. Yeah.
Discovery.
Yeah. Yes. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. That, dude, I would drive that just like it is. I'd drive it just like that. Delta HFs are out there. They're rare in the United States, but they are out there. I had a Barago model of that. Yep. That's a cool car, man. Type 37. Or not Type 37, the Delta HF Stradale. It has to have the elephant on it. That was their performance nameplate. Like Dodge has Super Bee and stuff. Like Mustang has Cobra. The Delta HF has an elephant. That's its logo. for the performance version. Not a prancing horse. No cavallino rampante. Cavallino elefante. That's not how you say that. I said horse elephant. Yeah. Just a thick horse. Yep. Yeah, the HF. That's how you know it's real, if it has the elephant on it. Horse elephant. Scroll back to 848 on the NSF feed. All right, what's up, man? They're using DJI drones to verify the lineup on Starship. Yeah. I can't see it because the I gotta let the mouse go. Wait, 903. All right, so we gotta go back. Yeah, the drone ends up over here, right? Yeah, there it is. Yep. Freaking DJI drone. Dude, it's not a bad idea. Like, why wouldn't you do that, right? Le nostre macchine sono nostro orgoglio nazionale. Our cars are our national pride. Si. Forza Ferrari. Are you sure that's not Das's? Might be. EJ knows 3 languages: English, bad English, and hard Italian. Yo puedo hablar español. Silencio, cabrón. Now, Italians make some beautiful cars, but reliability not so much. Classy. No say? I don't know what you're talking about. I wasn't swearing. I was just stating facts. Anyway. All right, you retrieved ad time. That's your own thing. Let's go back up to live, see what's good. Oh, Tessa, the fact that you're a snob of the Queen's English proves your subjugation. Tax exemption. Yes. Oh, yes. What happened to they may take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom. Yeah. That seemed to go out with a pither. Oh, bother. Look at that, you speak Scottish. Yeah, I know, man. I've heard you say it before. Wait, what's going on with the New Order thing? It's going back and forth. It's going back and forth. You see that? It's going back and forth. It just won't stop going back and forth when the camera zooms in and out. You should add a redeem for a view of the garage for 30 seconds. Boop. I'd love to see EJ learn Italian finish on stream. I should probably learn Italian. That would probably be. I said Scottish, not Irish, man. It's all part of the UK to me. Hey, when you guys can tell the difference between somebody's accent from Kentucky and somebody's accent from Texas, then we'll talk. Nice rear end. Thank you. When's the bed going on the F100? Well, SVO, I have, here. I have a, if you look top of the screen to the right of this frame rail, see that cardboard right there next to the white box behind the leaf spring perch? That's an oak kit. I got to stain it. Got to stain the oak kit, and I got to drill the holes in it for the bolts and stuff. But, yeah, there's some braces there's bed braces that actually go right here. And then there's one over the back of the frame rails. There's one right here, and then there's one up front. Those are crusty, dude. They're crusty and gross. I really, really don't want to, dude, I mean, you know where this is going. You fix one thing, and you're like, I I don't want to attach these crusty parts back to this brand new, that brand new. I redid the frame, all the leaves, everything's new back there. Painted up the rear end. I got the e-brake stuff coming, right, and the pre-bent brake lines, and I don't want to put crusty parts on those nice shiny parts, right? So, you know where this is going. I got to fix some of the bed. You're a crusty part. No, you. Good work. Thanks, Pop-Tart. Is fuel tank under the bed or is it in the cab? It's in the cab right now, Rocky. We could try to find a solution for putting the fuel tank underneath or between the frame rails, which is probably what I'd want to do. It gives you a little bit more room in the cab. Or we could go dual tanks, have one in the cab and one underneath, but I'm not sure, A, where we would put it, and B, I think the fuel tank kits, there's a kit that you can buy to put it in the back where the spare tire goes, like on a regular truck, but I think the kit is back ordered right now. Yeah, pretty much, Matosi. Yeah. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. I've been following you for a short time, but every time you are live, I come to see you. I like your live shows a lot, and I'm learning new things all the time. Keep it up. Thanks, Lemon. Right on. I'm glad. Speaking of rally cars, ever seen one of these? Mazda 323 GTR. Yes. Yeah, I know of the car. We never got those here. That's a cool car, though. We never got a lot of cool little hot hatches like that, SVO. Last stack before launch? I think so, 95, yeah. Yep. Just get a take made for the bed like a farm truck with a pump on it. Actually, Bobby, you know what I was thinking might not be the worst idea? Hang on. Like, you can buy the side mount, the saddle tanks, for like a 97, right? Like my truck, like the other truck that I have. You can buy a side mount tank like that. If we could figure out a way to get that to mount, I would do it. I would do the side tank like that, and then literally take the filler neck from the cab and just make it go out the bottom and into the tank. Like, because the filler is on the cab on my truck. It's behind the driver's side door, right? And just modify it to make it go out and over into the tank. These side saddle tanks are not too bad. And I should have. It's not like we don't have a lot of space right there, you know. I'm not really a fan of using the keg for fuel tanks. I don't want it to be that type of truck. You know, that's kind of, you want a stylized thing for the time. That's kind of the way to go. But yeah, I'm not sure I'm into that. Yeah, but yeah, see this side saddle tank right here, that could really, really, really work if we could figure out a way to mount it right. I mean, something that I'm really learning about cars is that, not something that I'm really learning, it really doesn't matter. Like, I don't need to go buy the kit for this car, for the fuel tank to get it to, that just makes it a little bit easier. You can literally put whatever you want. I could put a fuel tank from a Dodge Charger underneath there. If I found a way to fit and it didn't foul on any components, we could make that work just fine. Yeah, or we could learn how to TIG and build our own conformal fuel tank. Yeah, Hellfish. I really want to learn to weld. I think after I finish the truck, after we finish putting this thing all back together, I want to do it. I want to learn how to weld because the truck does need some welding. It does need some work. It needs floor. It needs floors, and the front cab corners are kind of shot. I mean, it's a short bed, guys. It's a really short bed, so I'm not like 100% on, putting a tank in there and losing what bed space I have, because if the 59, I just kind of want to get it to a good foundation and then drive the damn thing. And if I have a truck, I'm going to use it like a truck. Oh, shoot, new Mando. Nice. I mean, a rat. Oh, rat. It's a poop. Welding is easy. Good welding, on the other hand. Yeah, Tessa, that was the implication there. You're not wrong, but yeah. You're not afraid of the modding, please? No, Sethron, I really don't care. Now, with that being said, there's tastefully modding something and there's not tastefully modding something. Yeah. You know, I don't really mind any particular mod to a car unless it's like, okay. I don't mind any particular thing done to a car as long as it's done well. You know what I mean? Like, that's my rule for modding. If it's done well and it's done tastefully, I don't have a problem with that. You know? But, like, I'm not, like, the biggest fan of cars that, like, you know, somebody wanted to really make it look nice and then they, you know, just put a bunch of plastic trim parts on the outside and they're like, yeah, it looks good now. That's not really... Do you really want your car to look nice, or do you want to be seen driving your car, driving like a nice car, even though it's not, you know? Sticker bombing is cool. Sticker bombing is cool, Bobby, with that being said. Tasteful modding. You know what, Stone? I don't even mind the people that put anime girls all over their cars. That doesn't bother me. They're trying to achieve a certain aesthetic, and that's fine. You know? Like, I don't mind, like, anything like that. That's cool. You know, if you have a Japanese car, you want to put an anime girl on it, that makes sense to me. Like, why are we thinking they wouldn't do that? Hey, Red, what's going on? Thanks for the raid. Yeah, Bobby, stuff like that. Do you really want to work on your car, or do you just want to, like, be seen like that? And that, you know, like, yeah, whatever. Like, you know, cars your canvas, I guess. But, yeah, there's a fine line between like, being tasteful and just doing something kind of stupid. Like a squatted truck, for instance. I don't like those. I understand what you're trying to show. Like, the implication is that, you know, the back suspension's clapped because I tow everything because I'm a hard worker. Like, that's the idea. I get it. But also, pointing the front of the truck up in the air to the point where you can't see over the hood is kind of stupid. That's kind of dumb. Red, what's going on? What were you up to? Hey, Jim. 93 months, dude. I can't think of a reference for this number. 93 was the year that Brimo was born. Does that help? Weather's being stupid outside, so it's nearly 80 inside and humid, so I'm going to shut the PC down for a bit. Hate to raid and run, but take care. All right, Red. All right, man. Yeah, no. Red, I get it. Dude, sometimes, you know, a lot of the times I sit and I lurk the stream after I raid, but sometimes I'm like, I gotta go by. Please leave it. No, I gotta go by. So, go ahead, man. Do your thing. It's all good. Thank you very much for thinking of me. I do appreciate it. You do your thing. Humidity is not good for the computer. Yep. That just made Jim feel old, and me too. Hey. You said ask for a reference for the number, all right? You didn't say don't do it without making you feel bad, all right? Next time, be more specific. Yeah, busted. Whistlin's videos. That's what made me like him. And then he wrecked that 78 Ford, and I'm not gonna lie, it hurt a little bit, but it's a Whistlin video. Cody straight up does not care, and that's why I like his videos, because it's a uniform amount of not giving a frick. You know, because if he was like, oh, I baby this car, but not this one. I'm going to wreck this one because I don't like it. Then I'd be like, what the hell, man? But it is uniform, not giving a frick across the board. Hey, Dr. J, 22-month resub. Thanks, dude. Oh, look at that. Jim isn't old, all right? Jim has wisdom, okay? Let's say it like that. You have wisdom, okay? Jurassic Park would be a better reference? Oh, bullcrap, Tessa. If I said Jurassic Park came out that year, you'd say the same thing. Thanks for making me feel old. You would have said the same exact thing. Don't lie. Wisdom, yes. Tessa, you don't have wisdom. You're a jerk. Go away. I mean, hi. Jim has wisdom. '93, you were in the 3rd grade. That was in the 3rd grade! Car. Seriously though, go back and watch the original Jurassic Park. Dude, the special effects still hold up. It's pretty damn good for 1993. The day you destroyed that 80s International Transstar Cabover was the last time I watched a Whistling video. Yeah, Tigress, dude, he's wrecked some pretty cool stuff, which the Ford one cut deep a little bit. That really did not, I didn't like that. And he's like, look how bad it is, and it's just like a little bit rusty, and then he crushed the thing with the tree. That, I'm not gonna lie, that, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. New order, new order, new order, new order. Okay.
Discovery, go at
Squish
throttle.
didn't gift a sub to Red. I think he's gone already, Squish, but yeah. Thanks, man. You went to the theater to see Hunt for Red October? Oh, you're lucky. That truck has a cloaking device. Impossible. No truck that small has a cloaking device. So Scott, Jurassic Park was done by a production studio called Industrial Lighting and Magic. ILM did Star Wars. It's George Lucas's production company. I don't know if he owns it anymore. He might. But ILM did Jurassic Park. I forget if ILM did Terminator 2. But they did all the Indiana Jones movies, all the Star Wars movies. Disney bought it? Yeah. Disney gobbled them up? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. ILM did Apollo 13. Yep. Did you see the operations room did Hunt for Red October animation? No, Jim. I have. I haven't. Same with Skywalker Sound. Yep. And THX, if I'm remembering right. Yeah. Disney also gobbled up Marvel. Yeah, they do that. ILM did some Star Trek stuff. I linked you that video on Discord. Will you stream the Starship OFT in-house or on site? I'm not sure, Erudite. I'm not sure. I will get back to you on that. I have a project in the works right now that might, depending on how that project goes, might give you the answer. ILM did the D&D movie, for example. You know what, noteworthy? The D&D movie, like, it wasn't bad. Brimo and I went and saw it over the weekend. It's not bad. It's a D&D movie. I don't know what you were expecting. It's pretty good, considering it's a movie about Dungeons and Dragons. Like, if you play D&D and you watch the movie, you'll be like, nice. Like, it's just a good summer popcorn flick for nerds. Like, I didn't hate it. I mean, it's a movie about D&D. What are you gonna do? Like, yeah, I thought it was cool for what it was. Cheesy dialogue, though? I mean, see, Rocky, my thing is, if this was just another, like, medieval fantasy movie, I'd be like, okay, it's getting kind of gratuitous at this point, but, you know, especially when you have, like, Lord of the Rings and stuff, and The Hobbit and whatnot, right? Like, but it's a movie about D&D. Cheesy dialogue is expected, like, because it's about D&D. If they made a D&D movie and it was super serious and, it, like, didn't have cheesy dialogue, then I'd be a little concerned. Yeah, it's very self-aware. That's why I like it. That's because it's not trying to be anything crazy. It's just trying to be a movie about D&D, and it succeeds in that regard. It's pretty good, man. Yeah. I'm not even that big of a D&D player. I actually made fun of the D&D kids in high school because I played 40K. You know, saying that out loud, I'd say that 40K is a much nerdier game than D&D, so, you know. I'm going to go ahead and say that 15 and 16-year-old EJ did not have a good grasp on reality, and we'll leave it at that. For the Imperium of Man. Have you seen Avatar: The Way of the Water? No. I haven't seen Dances with Fish. I'm good. No. Yeah, Yannick, no flight on the 10th or the 12th. I think Static Fire. Holy Toledo. Somebody had fun. Yeah, nice, Tessa. Avatar 2 was really good. Yeah, hard pass. Avatar 1, the graphics are great. Obviously, the special effects are amazing. The story for Avatar 1 for me was like watching Return of the Jedi and seeing an entire legion of the Empire's best troops get defeated by a bunch of Ewoks and go, well, all right. Okay. Like, I saw the ending of Avatar 1 coming from a mile away. Like, the story was so ridiculously predictable, it was kind of annoying. It's the same story again, but with fish. Okay. The 1 to 2 minutes of spacecraft in Avatar 2 was nice. Okay. Cool. Do you think Starship will fly soon? Yeah, please, I do. Yeah, I think it'll fly. SpaceX wouldn't be stacking it if they weren't confident that they were going to take a shot soon. I don't think we're going to see a flight test on Monday, though. I think we're going to see a static fire, based off of the information that I saw from the Cameron County clerk today. He did close the road, but the Cameron County judge, so Eddie Trevino, said that I have ordered the closure of Boca Chica Beach and Highway 4 for the purpose of protecting public health and safety during SpaceX's non-flight testing activities on the 10th, 11th, and 12th. Should SpaceX not complete its planned non-flight testing on the 10th, SpaceX may use the alternative dates to complete its testing activities. Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and guess that if they're closing down the... see, it's very interesting because there's an air traffic control system command center update for Starship here, right, on the 10th. And then we had marine traffic filings for the area that Starship will be flying over for the OFT. And everything pointed to the 10th. The only conflicting statement that I've seen is literally from the Cameron County clerk. Obviously, with Starship, the big one is the FAA launch license permit. So if you want to go and build a launch site in today, like how it works today, if you want to go and build a launch site, what you need to do, like, it's like building a new airport. You have to get an airport license. You have to get a launch license to do it. Anything that flies above 1,000 feet needs permit from the FAA. And if it's a launch site, the launch site needs a permit to fly from the FAA, which makes sense. Like, you don't want any astronaut farmer stuff going on, like, especially in populated areas, which makes sense. Like, that's not like some crazy thing. That's being pretty damn reasonable, I think, considering that somebody, with the permits could build a 500-foot tall tower and, 350-foot tall rocket, and, you just got to get a couple of permits here. And, like, don't get me wrong, it's a little more complicated than that. But given what SpaceX is doing, the launch license is the last bit of the puzzle. There are signs that were pointing towards the 10th for a flight. The Cameron County judge is the one conflicting thing that I've seen, but they ain't going nowhere. It doesn't matter if everything else was like, yeah, they're going to launch on the 10th. If the FAA did not issue a flight permit for a launch license for Starbase, then it's not happening. My money is on a typo. This is the latest from the FAA. What do we got? For the SpaceX Starship launch, 410 is possible, I'm told. The FAA safety evaluation is complete. The legal review is underway, but there is an environmental issue to close out that may or may not get resolved by Monday, but it sounds like the license is almost there. That's from Christian Davenport. He reports for the Washington Post. I heard they want to build giant 3D printers to build habitats on Mars. Relativity wants to do that, not SpaceX Tigris. And Relativity launched their Terran 1 rocket the other day, and the first stage worked excellent. They did have some problems doing air starts, but that's okay. Apparently PETA is going to file a lawsuit against the launch license. Yeah, of course they are. Everybody files lawsuits, JW. Sometimes people do it on purpose to obfuscate things that they just don't want to happen. They just do it to basically burn time. He usually has good info with regards to the FAA stuff. Yep. You know that failed Japanese mission? Was at a bar knowledge quiz last Sunday. Oh, so you're doing bar trivia. Question was, which nation's rocket blew up in early March? And I'm thinking I never saw any rocket blow up. And then I watch all the launches shown here. I had a debate with the quizmaster. The question was poorly worded, and it never blew up, but they sent a self-destruct instruction to end the mission. Oh, you well actually the bar trivia guy, Impy? You well actually the bar trivia guy? Hell yeah. Cheers, man. I wouldn't have done that. I would have just been like, yeah, whatever. It's whatever. But then again, if I was a few beers deep, maybe I'd be like, hey, I'm sorry. I thought this was America, Mr. Bar Trivia Man. What the frick? What the frick? You don't know anything about the rockets. You shut your mouth. You shut your mouth and give me my points. You know? I'm sorry. I thought this was America. You know? Yeah, I'm a little drunk. Beautiful. You know? I'm so annoyed because I would have known the answer if it was worded right. Oh, yeah, I hear you. Well, okay, Impy, hang on a second. Was that the difference between you winning and not winning? Because if it was the difference, then I would go after the guy. I'd be like, no, that's wrong. I'm sorry, I thought this was America, Mr. Bar Trivia Man. I thought we pride ourselves on the truth. You know? What is PETA's damn problem? It's right in the name. People for the ethical treatment of animals. Why does the QD adapter look different? Well, they took the vehicle stabilization system off of it, so it kind of has the mounts for the vehicle stabilizer, but SpaceX, for whatever reason, figured out that they didn't need it. This right here, this bracket piece, used to push, like, it slides back and forth with a hydraulic actuator, and then there were two, like, gantry arms out here, and when that piece slid forward and back, it would close, and it would attach to Super Heavy's catch points. There's a catch point here, and there's a catch point 180 degrees on the other side. See that right there? So this thing would slide forward and back, and it would actually open and close the arms to get at the catch points. It's a vehicle stabilizer, basically. That's what it's a VSS. So VSSs are nothing new with rockets. SLS has a vehicle stabilizer. Saturn V has a vehicle stabilizer. There's the CAD pictures for Ares 1's vehicle stabilizer. So the VSS is basically a hold down point for the side of the rocket. If you have a very tall rocket, especially if you're moving it on a gigantic launch platform. If you're moving it on a gigantic launch platform like this, like on the crawler transport, it likes to wiggle around. And in the case of SpaceX, right, Super Heavy is very tall. And I think SpaceX may have been worried about Super Heavy wiggling back and forth in the wind when they go to integrate Starship. But clearly it's not a problem because they did it. Russia? Что? No. Someone is on the quick disconnect. Somebody up there? Oh yeah, there are people up there. Holy crap, dude. Yeah, I see him. I see him up there. Some people have taken a legitimate cause, reducing suffering, and turned it into their blank check to demand power and sympathy, to the detriment of their stated cause. Aqualex, that's yeah, that's I think that's a correct summary of the situation. And you know what the messed up part is? That's like 90% of just things nowadays. People just want to be mad. They just want to be mad about stuff. Just want to be mad. What's a quick disconnect, Mr. EJ? It's exactly as the name implies, Evol. It is a umbilical that can quickly disconnect. QDs, or quick disconnect, usually refer to basically the gas line. Your car, for instance, has a quick disconnect. If you have a gasoline car or diesel, you have a quick disconnect. You use it every time you fill up with gas. Yep. It's just something that you can quickly disconnect, like a fuel pump, and just put it right back there. Okay, over there. Select your fuel. Would you go up there? Aqualex, I would go up there. I would not lie. I'm not lying to you. I'd be a little scared. I'd be a little scared my first time. I would have to get comfortable with my surroundings. The second time up there, I'd be like, oh, I don't like this at all. But as I got more used to it, I'd be okay. Yeah, believe it or not, the fuel pumps do have a quick disconnect in case you decide to drive off with the pump still in your car. Yeah, it'll quick disconnect and it'll seal it so gasoline doesn't pour out everywhere. Fun fact. As long as I had I wouldn't go up there without a harness, Rocky. You never, like, you're by the ocean. You're by the ocean. You're near sea level. It's super freaking windy by the ocean. Anybody that lives near the ocean knows what I'm talking about. It's super windy. So I would not go up there without a harness. Absolutely not. And that's not even like, oh, well, it's ocean. You need to have a harness up there, boy. Like, it's not even anything like that. I would be scared out of my mind that you'd get a wind gust and you'd lose your footing and fall. Like I said, I'm man enough to know that would scare the frick out of me. I would be scared. Not even kidding. Like, first, second time around, yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. Dude, that's 300 feet up in the air. Easily 300 feet. That's 30 stories, okay? 100 meters. Right there. That's 100 meters up. Actually, yeah, it's about 100 meters. The whole the whole tower is 150 meters tall. That's 300 feet. So that's being on the top of a skyscraper. Yeah, that would scare me, knowing that there is a 300-foot drop straight down to concrete. Yeah, I'd be a little worried. But it's not like I wouldn't go up there either. I absolutely would. It's more of a healthy respect for gravity. Call it that. Yeah, a healthy respect for physics and gravity and how that all works. He's going down there. I wouldn't. Rob, nah, I don't think we're going to see a launch today. We might see a static fire or something on Monday. Something's going to happen on Monday. We're not exactly sure what yet. 150 meters is 450 feet. Thanks, Gil. Yeah. Yeah, this thing is... So the tower is 525 feet tall. So, it's actually over 150 meters tall. That's ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, Tessa, yeah, if you fell off, you would have time to think about how much that's going to hurt before you hit the ground. Yeah, nah, I'm good. I mean, I would not go up there without a harness. Dude, when I was up, I had the privilege of being able to go up on SLS's mobile launcher in 2015. We went up to the top of it, and it was a cold and windy and rainy day in Florida, and the whole thing was doing this. It was swaying. And the thing about the mobile launcher, we went up to level 305, so that's 305 feet off of the launch deck. Oh my gosh, oh no. Whoa, that's 20 subs. Thank you very much. As long as you don't sway, yeah, right? Dude, you didn't need to do that. Thank you. Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. It's 20 subs, man. Thank you. Thank you. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. The whole thing is going back and forth. And now, don't get me wrong. I've been in the top of tall buildings before. You get vertigo for a second, but it goes away, right? With that being said, on the mobile launcher, where the floor is literally a see-through grate and you can see straight down to the ground below your feet, yeah, it's a little disorienting for a second. I definitely got vertigo, especially because the thing was doing this. It was just wobbling back and forth. Like, I'm not, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm not afraid of heights. I'm afraid of gravity. Pythos, I'm not afraid of heights. Like, I have to get more comfortable with my surroundings more than anything. Like, I'll get vertigo for a second, but once I get used to it, I'll be fine. You're welcome, All they got a sub. Twitch selected you because you are space nerd. You are a space nerd cutie and hang out with EJ and the rest of us nerds. Aqualux, what did you say about the carrier? Being on the catwalks on the side of a carrier flight deck is fun. Not only can you see down to the ocean, the railing is barely waist high. You're usually running, and the ship isn't slowing down when you're waiting for the jets to finish their rotation, and your helo comes down for you to tie it down before it bounces back off the ground due to ground resonance. Yep, yeah. Carriers are... I mean, Aqualux, what shirt? Were you a white shirt? White shirt? Red shirt? Grape? Which one? I actually never bothered to ask. The grapes are funny. I like that they're called grapes. I think that's hilarious. Tokyo Tower, second platform, glass floor. Yeah, Darknaze. It's like you when you first do it, you're like, but then you get used to it. Skittles. Yeah, that's right, John. Yeah, Skittles. Some of the most fun you've ever had, Bueller? Like I said, it would, as I'm getting, like, I need to get comfortable with my environment first. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that would scare me the first time. I would be a little concerned. But, you know, if it just became routine, I wouldn't even pay it any mind anymore. Like, yeah, you know, like after the 20th time up there, I'd be like, yeah, okay, 300 feet down. I get it. Don't fall. Yep. All right, harness. Got it. There's just something special watching a sunset on a sponson. That'd be cool, John. I really should have done that, man. I should have done it when I was younger. I didn't have the balls to enlist. I'm not even kidding. I was not confident enough in myself. Heck, I wasn't confident about myself in anything. Except video games. Yeah. Took a while to build that confidence up. Now, right now, dude, if I could just rewind and take my 34-year-old brain and put it into 18-year-old me, oh, I'd absolutely do it. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. But... yeah, different times, you know. See, the reason why I didn't have the stones to enlist when I was 18 is because my brain somehow conflated what you do in Call of Duty to every single MOS in the military, that's not how that works at all. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, I'm not saying 18-year-old EJ was the smartest guy around. Dumb guys on the job site that are too macho to harness up. Yeah, Wefrel. Hey, if they don't want to do it, that's their own thing, man. Probably would have loved working on engines. Dude, I would have... Pythos, now, if I was doing it, A&P. I'd go be a mechanic. Or a pilot. I'd do either one. I would... So, like, either... like, Motor T in the Marine Corps, I'd do that. Yeah. That would be cool. Yeah, just drive and fix trucks all day. It's what I like doing anyway. You know? I had a guy come into my Discord saying that Call of Duty was exactly the same as Real Warfare. I was like, no. Yeah, no. Dude, like I said, never served, but I know good nowadays, I know good and well that Call of Duty is more special operations if you want to call it anything. It's more that's Spec Ops stuff, like going in and you know, gapping the other guy like that and getting the drop on people, that's Spec Ops, man. Like, if that's the kind of stuff you want to do, go join Special Warfare, like Special Operations, right? Like, that's that kind of stuff, like busting down doors and, you know, like, oh, 2 Tango down, like some Taken stuff. Like, that's what that is. Like, that's not, I mean, frontline soldiers do have to breach and clear, right? But it's not, it don't work like that. Like, dude, I'm never served, but I'm smart enough to know that that's not how yeah, Jackal, that's not how that is at all. Yeah, Hellfish, that's a good point. Even the special operations stuff, those guys, like, there's a reason why, like, Buds for the Navy SEALs is so ridiculously hard and has, like, a 95% failure rate because you need to be able to execute and you can't hesitate and you have to do it quickly or else somebody gets killed. You're an airframe structural mechanic. Mostly anything not electrical explosive or powertrain related I did. and there were some overlaps even, but with the way the Navy works, I've done a little bit of everything. Spending time on the flight deck, strapping down aircraft, doing daily... Oh, you gotta do dailies? Ugh. Painting and chasing rust, shaping out major components to composite repairs on SH-60s and FA-18s. That's cool, dude. Right on. Are special operations like that real? Of course, Erudite. Dude, we were talking about the astronauts that got selected for Artemis, and now, don't get me wrong, this guy wasn't selected, but Johnny Kim is one of those dudes. That's why I think he's cool. He's probably my favorite astronaut that's never flown into space right now. He's done pretty much everything. Yeah, that guy, you know, the kind of stuff that you see in, like, you know, like, I'm not going to say Saving Private Ryan. Like, what would be a good example? 95, you let the pansies pass. SAS is 99%. Yeah. And his childhood was messed up, Gabe? I've never heard that. Black Hawk Down, 13 hours, stuff like that. Yeah. Johnny's done some nutso stuff. Like, dude, so first of all, he's a Navy SEAL combat medic, which is literally the hardest thing. That's like one of the hardest things you can do. Combat medics are one of the hardest jobs in any military. Like, I know that. My cousin's a combat medic, so yeah, not easy. You really need to not be stupid to do something like that. And his brother abused his family and ended his life in their family's attic. Oh my God. It's from Jocko's podcast. Jocko had Johnny Kim on his podcast? When? Oh, I gotta go watch that, Gabe. Jeez, man. That guy has my utmost respect, Gabe. Seriously. So he's a Navy SEAL combat medic, sniper, point man, and navigator. He basically joined the Navy SEALs 4 times over. Yeah. And don't get me wrong, you can change MOS in the military like that. Like, you could do lateral shifts. Like, that's something that you can do, you know. Like, it's not like this is what you're doing. You're a rifleman, you stay a rifleman. No, you can move around, which is actually kind of cool. That's another thing I learned later. 3 hours long? Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Hey, Deds, what's going on? Thanks for the sub yesterday, dude. I appreciate it. Yeah, exactly, Tessa. No, I know. My cousin's a combat medic. Yeah, he was telling me, like, you have to... Sometimes you have to... They teach you that sometimes you just have to be like, nope. Sorry, man. And it's messed up. You need to have nerves of steel to do something like that. And then Johnny Kim, after the Navy SEALs, after basically doing 4 different jobs in the Navy SEALs, he decided just to become an MD. And he did his residency. He went to Harvard Med and did his residency at Mass General. Dude, I have another cousin that's an EMT. I guarantee you he's probably met him. What is this? Stennis test today? Today's RS-25 engine test on the Fred Hayes test stand is targeted between 1 and 3 p.m. Central Time via Facebook Live. Ugh, gross. And then, yeah, he's just an astronaut on top of that. Personally, I think Johnny Kim is going to command Artemis... Or he's either going to command Artemis 3 or be the pilot on Artemis 3. Yeah, he's... So, Gabe, he's my sister's age. The guy's like 39. 38, 39, somewhere in there. Nuts, dude. Absolutely insane. Like... I don't know about you, Gabe. I see guys like Johnny Kim, and I'm like, I do not work hard enough. I need to work harder. I need to do better. There's guys out there doing stuff like that, and I'm like, yeah. Can he command if he hasn't flown yet? You know what, Ando? I don't know if anybody has commanded a mission on their first space flight. I generally think that NASA tends to avoid that. The only real things that times where NASA had somebody command a spacecraft on their first flight was like Mercury and Gemini when we first started flying things into space. Quintessa, I have a lot of cousins. Italian family. Enroy's right. Yeah. There's machines that think they need to work harder. Yeah, I have a lot of cousins. We've got more cousins than the Stig. And he came from nothing, an exceptional human being, yet I'm making excuses to put off homework. Gabe, that's exactly how I look at that, dude. I don't look at it and get deterred. Like, wow, that's something I'll never do. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't also think that I'm going to go be a Navy SEAL astronaut doctor either. That's very inspiring for me to do better. Like, at what I do. You know what I mean? That's all. First flights was my guess, too. Kim was an increment lead for Expedition 65. Yeah. I'm glad we have people like Johnny Kim on our side, dude. Yeah, absolutely. Him, Jocko. You know, even though he's deceased, Chris Kyle, stuff like that. Those guys are nuts. Absolutely insane. Like, crazy individuals, but the good kind of crazy. You know what I mean? It's very inspiring stuff. Dude, heck, any of the astronauts, dude. Go look at any astronaut's resume. Like, go look at Christina Cook's resume, and you'll be like, okay. Littrell, Mansour, Murphy, yeah. Those guys cut from a different cloth, brother. Was Neil Armstrong commander on Apollo 11? He was. But Neil's first mission was as a pilot on Gemini, what was it, Gemini 6 or Gemini 7? It was 6 or 7, I always forget. And he flew with, who did he fly with? Charlie Duke, I think? Hold on. No, it was 6, I think.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, maybe not. That's NSF making that noise. I don't know what that noise is. It sounds like someone's tuning a short band. No, that's Pete Conrad and Gordo Cooper. 8? Yeah, 8. Dude, he saved. Dude, they almost got killed on Gemini 8. Yeah, it was Neil and Dave Scott. Yeah. They almost died. Like, it was close. Gemini 8 is what, like, Neil Armstrong saving Gemini 8 is the reason why he was chosen as the first guy to go to the moon. Gemini 8 almost blew up in space. It was close. Well, it didn't almost blow up. The spacecraft almost came apart. So what happened is there was a flaw with the Gemini capsule's logic. Seriously, so, like, this is hard-coded logic here. It's not like it has a digital flight system, right? When they docked to the Agena, the port side RCS got stuck open, in the open position on the Gemini capsule. So, not only are they using up RCS, but the spacecraft is literally spinning out of control, centrifuging itself around in space. Like, they almost died. It was close. It was very, very close. Hi, what does the title of the stream mean? It's stacking time. Drac, take a look. They stacked Starship. See? Scott Carpenter's wife was over at her house for her granddaughter's bridal shower. Scott Carpenter. Damn, devils. That's cool, man. Yeah, Neil was able to get that spacecraft under control literally in a centrifuge in space, venting fuel overboard. And what he did was, somehow, he was able to figure out that the Agena was screwing with the logic of the capsule and keeping the RCS open because something went weird with the guidance system, and he detached the Agena and got the spacecraft under control. So let me put it to you this way. This would be like playing Kerbal, docking 2 spacecraft together and holding down, with the RCS on, holding down the D key, and just have the spacecraft just spin out of control. Like, spinning was not a good trick in this regard. They almost died. It was close. But that is, like, widely considered the reason why Deke Slayton chose Neil for the first mission. Because he stayed, like, dude, your spacecraft's spinning out of control. All the lights on the capsule are freaking out. Let alone the G-forces. The G-force, I mean, I think Dave Scott passed out. literally interstellar style docking, Scott. Only the opposite of that. But yeah, same idea. Look up the Gemini 8 here. You know what? I'll show you guys. I'll show you while we're here. So watch this. So this is from Lunar Module 5 if I'm thinking about this right. Yeah, check this out. So they go to dock to the Aegina. Now look, right when they dock, check this out. They got to reacquisition a signal through the ground station. Oh, frick. Yeah, see? Neil already saw that something bad was going to happen. So he jettisoned the Aegina module, and now the spacecraft's literally spinning out of control. I mean, the crazy part about this is that it happens really quick. It happens real fast. Like, this was a split-second decision that saved the craft. That saved him and Dave Scott. Now, that's just a recreation, but dude, look at that. You getting sick? One of my drill instructors was an avionics technician, got his jump wings, decided to become a DI, and when I came back from my sister's graduation, he was leading the instruction of the hand-to-hand combat at Leatherneck Square. That's cool, dad joke.
Did he say he could not turn the Aegina off?
No, he says he is separated from the Aegina and he's in a roll and he can't stop it. His reg pressure is down to zero, his own reg helium pressure.
Interesting.
Gemini 8 CSQ.
Dude,
Gosh,
look at that. Dude, it doesn't look like much, guys. Like, if you're not familiar with spaceflight, that doesn't look like much. But how often do you see like any capsule freaking doing an Anakin Skywalker here, spinning around like crazy? That's really dangerous. That's real dangerous. But he managed to figure out what was going on and right the damn spacecraft and still have enough fuel to deorbit and everything. Is that nuts? Yeah, that right there is why Neil was chosen to be the first guy to walk on the moon, because of that. Because if something goes wrong, if something went wrong, he knew what to do to fix it, which is, interestingly enough, that is exactly what happened during Apollo 11. During Apollo 11, they forgot to shut off one of the antennas, and they stack overflowed the digital flight computer. 1201, 1202, 1202 alarm. So I've told this story many times on stream before, but I'll tell you again, in case you haven't heard it. So they stack overflowed the computer. Basically, the guidance computer on the Apollo 11 LEM basically just had too many operations being inputted. It just couldn't handle that frequency of operations, right? Because they left the antenna on, right? Neil said, "All right, screw this, shut it off. I'll do it by myself," and manually landed on the moon for the first time. He just shut the computer off. He said, "I got this," and then set that thing down. The crazy part about that, dude, is that he took it down manually, and they saw that the site that they chose in that particular part of the Sea of Tranquility, there was too many rocks. So not only did he come down manually, he looked at the landing site and said, "Nah, that's too rough for us," and then hopped the capsule, hopped the LEM, and then landed somewhere else on the first try. Like I said, guys like that are cut from a different cloth. It's pretty friggin' impressive. Bucket! What's up, man? Yeah, he just did it by himself. He's like, it's like the, it's like Happy Gilmore, like that ending scene in Happy Gilmore. It's like, why don't you chip and putt, and then you'll get him into you'll go to the playoffs. You go to a tiebreaker. Nah, I think I'll just beat him now. All right. Why do we cut and run? The alarms are going off. Why don't we abort? Nah, I think I'll just land it now. Yeah, I think I'll do that. That's fine. Didn't Neil crash the LEM trainer just a week before the moon mission? The LLRV. Yeah, that thing was a death trap, dude. Yeah, he did. The Lunar Landing Research Vehicle. It's a jet engine on a gimbal with RCS on it to practice landing. Yeah. The jet engine is actually on a gimbal. It's on a gyroscope. So the jet engine is always pointing towards gravity. It's counterweighted. And there's RCS on it and a pilot seat with the LEM control panel on it. Also, B-47 and a B-58 Hustler. Nice planes. Yeah, seems dangerous. Well, they put an ejector seat on it for a reason. Neil almost died. Like, it was close. Yeah, he almost, yeah, here. I'll show you. Yeah, here, let's... So, yeah, here, check this out. Bring up that video, Jamie, yep. Yeah, this is why test pilots have stones of steel. And a lot of NASA astronauts are Air Force and Navy test pilots. Yeah, there's a live leak watermark up there. I remember that website. So check this out. Neil almost parked the farm quite a few times. Yeah, he almost died in the X-15 too. That was before NASA was even a thing. Hey, super, like I said, when you push the envelope like that, man. I mean, yeah. Neil is... I don't think Neil is the Jeb Kerman of real life. Oh, frick. Oh, that's dangerous. I can already see that going wrong. I don't think Neil is the Jeb Kerman, but he's definitely the Bill or the Bob. Well, maybe not the Bob Kerman, but yeah, he's a little bit Jeb. I think John Young is the real life Jebediah Kerman, but Neil is definitely up there. Oh my goodness. Oh, yep, nope, that's when I be out. Yep, and Neil's like, yeah, screw that. Unrecoverable. Dude. Have you ever built an LLRV in Kerbal? I've never built one, but we could. We could build one. Then which was Buzz? Buzz Aldrin is definitely Bill. Buzz is an engineer. He's a damn good engineer. How many G's did Neil pull there? 9? 9, 10? Yeah, the ejector seats, like I said, it's definitely, yeah, 10 pythons, you say 15, I trust your judgment. Like, yeah, that hurt. Yeah, he's going to feel that one later. He's going to wake up tomorrow morning bruised for no reason and be like, oh, yeah, I ejected out of this thing yesterday. 15 would hurt. Oh, you'd feel it. Ejectocito, cuz! Yeah, I love this button. See the ejector seat? The ejector seat just falls over there, and he was like, wow, that sucked. Yeah, exactly, Pythos. What I like to tell people about launch abort systems, launch escape systems, ejector seats, like, and help me tailor this if you want. What I like to say about that is that, you know, you're going to feel it. It's going to freaking hurt. Would you rather be dead? I'd rather have a couple of bruises and be banged up a little bit and wake up the next day rather than being 6 feet under, dude, right? Like, I'll take the hurt. That's fine. Looks like every day one KSP2 launch. Rip. No, it's just a regular ejector seat, Dark Naze. I don't know what they were using for the RCS on that, on the LLRV. Here, I can check. I don't think they were using hydrazine, but... Built of aluminum alloy trusses, LLRVs were powered by a General Electric CF700 2V turbofan with 19 kilonewtons of thrust, mounted vertically in a gimbal. The engine lifted the vehicle to the test altitude and was throttled back to support 5/6 of the vehicle's weight, simulating the reduced gravity on the moon. 2 hydrogen peroxide lift rockets with thrust could be varied from 100 to 500, 440 to 2.2 kilonewtons, handled the vehicle's rated descent and horizontal movement. 16 smaller hydrogen peroxide thrusters mounted in pairs gave the pilot control in pitch, yaw, and roll. The pilot did have an ejector seat. Yeah, okay. What's the RCS? So hydrogen peroxide rockets. Interesting. Interesting. I'm wondering what the reaction control systems are on this thing. Yikes. Yeah, and Neil wasn't the only one that crashed one of these things. Yowzes. Dude, you know what the messed up part is? This would work nowadays. The LLRV would absolutely work with a ducted fan. With an EDF, an electric ducted fan, this would absolutely work. With an electric ducted fan and a modern guidance system, yeah, this would absolutely do it. Yeah, sure, no problem. Yeah, the fact that this was all... I'm not going to say it's analog because it's, you know, it has the landing control software, you know, however primitive that might be in there, but yeah. I mean, this would be way more stable with an electric ducted fan because, the thing about the LLRV, what made it dangerous is throttling the motor. Throttling the motor is bad because jet engines don't have instant throttle response, right? Yep, those are AOs. Whoever that is. I don't know. That might be Neil. Yeah, interesting. Fuel is stored in the balls. That's right. What is that? What does that pressure vessel say? Hydrojex? Hydrogen? Yikes. Actually, I thought this thing had RCS on it, but I guess it doesn't. I guess it's just... Wait, how the heck does it maneuver then? Wait a minute. Man, this thing is a freaking death trap. Oh yeah, no, there's an RCS block right there. Hydrogen peroxide was the RCS as well. Yeah. Yeah, because I was going to say, if this was a hypergolic system, that would... Yeah, with an open cockpit like that, I wouldn't want to do that. Six solid fuel rocket engines. Safety standby motors. Yeah, it was, yeah. Interesting. And then there's gyroscopic precession of the engine fans. I'm not sure that that's... I mean, the thrusters should be able to compensate for that, but... Yeah. Oh, looks like they're having some... Something's weird with the quick disconnect umbilical. No music, electric ducted fans. Yeah. What the hell? What is this? I don't... Okay. My only thought here is, so how much time does it take for him to draw the firearm? Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that guy would have been shot right when he landed if he was near anybody. Like, yeah. Yeah. No, not on the way in, SVO. If that guy was landing and I was waiting a second, I'd wait till he gets on the ground when his hands are stuck in those stupid jets and poof, bye-bye. Great, now I got a free gun. Like, I mean, him drawing the weapon implies that there's a need to draw the weapon. Look at the automated gun over his shoulder. Why would... and block the audio out there. Yeah, I don't think those are EDFs. I think those are turbojets. Those are little mini turbojets or turbofans. They have intakes on them. I mean, but then again, if it was an EDF, it would have an intake too. I'm stupid. I mean, it's cool. I just don't... Yeah. I'm not... I'm not like 100% why you would have this. I mean, first of all, you're carrying a bunch of fuel on your back. That's not really something you want to be doing when you're in a combat zone. Flamethrower guys in World War II can probably attest to that. Second of all, you are extremely vulnerable. That's like, aren't you super vulnerable when you go to land that thing? So like, I would assume the whole need and purpose of this is getting the drop on somebody. So dropping in a position where they're not expecting you. But one, you're making a ton of noise, and two, when you land, your hands are literally up the tailpipe of a freaking jet engine, so you can't draw your weapon. US Mail doesn't even like Halo jumps because the chute opening is too loud. Well, just don't get shot. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. It's cool. Like, I dig it, but... The suit has a flight time of around 15 minutes. If anything, it's similar to the ones you've seen in the UK. They don't have the range to really bring you from a safe zone or anything. Yeah, Jim, that's... Yeah. And don't get me wrong, it's cool. Like, I dig it. The tech is cool, but I wouldn't... Like, I think a Mando-style jetpack might be a little bit more... You know... reasonable, I guess. This seems a lot more practical. If you're going to use it for search and rescue, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, search and rescue would be... That's smart. Yeah, that's cool. That's definitely a good use case for it. I haven't seen the new Mando episode. Be quiet.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Supply moving exoskeletons make a lot more sense. Dread. Rollin'. What? Coggers, 27-month resub. That's what this is. The hand thrusters are needed due to the offset center of mass. Or center of thrust, center of mass. Yeah, I know. And in fact, anytime I'm watching Mando and I see the jetpacks work, I'm like, they're standing there with the thrusters on one side and the thing goes straight up. I'm like, okay. Also, how are you not burning the back of your pants with those jetpacks that like Mando has? Plot armor. Space pants. Yeah, okay, cool. The blast shield. Oh, okay. Is it true that the LEM would collapse under the weight and Earth gravity? Yes. Yeah, they're not really... They're everything has to be light on a spacecraft erudite, so the thing really... It really can't stand up fully fueled on Earth. No. The funny thing is that not most rockets can't stand up unfueled. Starship obviously is an exception to that. Falcon 9 can't stand up straight on its own. No way. Not a chance. It would collapse. Unless the tanks are fully pressurized, it would collapse under its own weight. Because think about it, dude. When is the rocket ever going to be standing straight up? When is it ever going to be standing straight up without it being fully fueled? Most spacecraft are designed that way. Reminds me of The Rocketeer. That's a good movie, man. Rocketeer is awesome. On the barge. There's no second stage or payload fairing on it either. That's right. That's right, Monastery. Yep. Now, Starship, once again... Starship tanks are pressurized here. They're not near flight pressure, but they are pressurized. Starship really can't stand up like that unless the tanks have some residual pressure in them. Stubborn, I think they were integrating. They stacked it this morning, guys. So here, take a look. Here, let's go over here. So they stacked it this morning. They picked up Starship and stacked 24 on Booster 7. And the next... Oh. Okay, there goes that. The next step here would be to attach the quick disconnect. This umbilical needs to... That's Starship's basically fueling umbilical carrier plate right there. They would need to attach... Well, that's the ship side carrier umbilical. That's the ground side carrier umbilical plate. It's basically the fuel line. See these two lines right here? That's the LOX line. That small one is the methane line. See them? This usually does this automatically. If you notice that, if you look, this entire quick disconnect is mounted on hydraulics. So it can actually move up, down, left, right, forward, and back. And it looks like it didn't do it. That would have been the next thing to do automatically, but clearly there's something weird going on here because they have a bunch of guys out there inspecting the umbilical. Do you have one of those flight test patches? No, I don't. I'll ask Das, see if we can score one. Stennis just went live. How big are those fins on the booster compared to the ones on Falcon? I'd say a Falcon 9 grid fin is probably a quarter of the size of that, Doom. Do you think we could get a full stack 33 static fire and potentially longer? I don't think we'll get a full duration static fire, but I think we will get a 33 engine static fire on Monday with the given information presented. But it could be, who knows? They have a cover over it and have to send people up to take it off. Oh, okay, Mauser. Yeah, I got you. The Starship fin, that thing would have trouble fitting in a 2-car garage. Yeah, a lot of trouble. Not width-wise, but length-wise. I think it's going to be a standard pre-flight static fire. Well, yeah, given the information presented, Hellfish. What's interesting to me is that the ATC SEC advisory is for a Starship flight. But Eddie Trevino, the Cameron County judge, says over here that there's non-flight testing activities on the 10th, 11th, and 12th. And that was on the 5th, guys. So that's today. That is today. Hey, hot dog. Maybe the judge oopsied. Yeah, it's interesting, dude, because there's the ATC SEC. They wouldn't put this out here unless there was at least an intention to fly. I'm not sure what this is about. When do you think we'll get a full wet dress rehearsal? We already had one, Lazarus. There was one like a month ago. That was the last thing they did before they stacked these things out. Closures have historically changed details up until the hours before the closure starts. Monday being listed as non-flight could change between now and then. That's kind of where I'm at. But yeah, Scotland, that's the big one. They don't have a launch license from the FAA. But Mohawk, see, I don't think that that's wise to say, oh, well, they don't have a launch license. They're definitely not going to launch on the 10th. So, look, why would the FAA issue an SEC advisory? And why would they cordon off the marine traffic areas? Like, if they weren't planning on issuing a launch license very soon. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a launch license by the end of this week, given this kind of stuff. Now, I know what people are going to say. Oh, EJ, just because the FAA has a ATC, SEC, advisory for a Starship flight doesn't mean they have their launch license. You're absolutely right. That's correct. But also at the same time, they wouldn't issue this if they weren't planning on doing it. This would not be there. This wouldn't be there unless they were planning on doing this soon. It's not some like, oh, it's some bureaucratic incompetence. They just put that there, but the license isn't ready. No. They would do it the FAA is pretty preemptive about that stuff. They would put it there in anticipation of giving it, I think. I don't really think that they would do that. And I don't really think they would start cordoning off marine traffic areas around the launch site. And especially the landing site if SpaceX didn't at least intend on flying sometime soon. May very well be the order will be amended after the license is granted. That's what I think is going to happen. I would hope they do launch on the 10th. Yeah, Mohawk, I'm with you on that one, dude. Draco, is the 10th the Starship Heavy test flight? It's possible. Signs are there's stuff like the ATC advisory and the marine traffic areas being cordoned off around Boca Chica on the 10th, 11th, and 12th that pretty much corroborate that it's going to fly. But SpaceX doesn't have the FAA launch license. You have to get a license to build a spaceport. It's the modern world. You have to get a license for anything. You have to get a license for sneezing. No, you don't, but if they can find a legit enough reason to, yes, you probably would need to. Kidding. It's just a joke. But the FAA wouldn't issue an ATC advisory for Boca Chica for Starship Super Heavy unless they were planning on doing it. The FAA doesn't work like that. Stennis test at 2:24 Eastern. Okay, that's in 10 minutes. Yeah, Jim, I would say, given the marine traffic restrictions and the ATC advisory, despite what this statement says, I would say we're game for the 10th, dude. The Federal Antihistamine Agency? No. Have you seen the new BeamNG update? I watched Neological's video about it last night, serious. Yeah, pretty cool. So, yeah, guys, I mean, SpaceX, like, the other thing is that SpaceX wouldn't be stacking like this unless they were ready. The FAA needs to get a NOTAM out as soon as possible so pilot companies can flight plan. Yeah, Fit, that's the other thing. We don't have the license and we don't have the NOTAMs either. Or we don't have the NOTAMs for the TFR. But once again, I think they would issue that when they issue the license. Right? Because you don't issue a NOTAM for a spaceport that technically doesn't exist on paper. Right? Boca Chica is not a certified spaceport. It's not a certified airport. It's not anything. It's just a bunch of structures. Until it gets the FAA license, right? It would make sense issuing the license, right? And then releasing the notice to air missions, right? So, yeah, guys, I'm still, my money's still on, I'm thinking Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. I wouldn't make any plans if I were you guys. Should take vacation days. Yeah. That was Monday as I'm off work. Mohawk, I'm not trying to be in a stick in the mud, but don't be surprised if they try for Monday and it scrubs. Don't be surprised. But yeah, no, I know what you mean. Let's just hope the OLM doesn't glitch and end up in orbit. You know what, Hellfish? I kind of want to go mess with that project again because of all the Starship stuff going on. Blue Shift is currently in the process of leasing or buying buildings here in my area to turn the former Loring Air Force Base into a spaceport and launch facility. That's cool, Tigris. Wait, where's Loring? Hold on. That name sounds very familiar. I don't think there's any payload on board, Sim. Limestone, Maine. I knew that name sounded familiar. I just realized that Starship is so huge it will be pretty easy to see it from the ground while in orbit. Oh, you'll absolutely be able to see it, Thailand. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's not as big as the ISS, but it's almost as big. Enough to where you'd be able to see it. So, Loring, they want to... What do they want to do with this? You want to launch stuff from here, Tigris? Or Blue Shift does. Is Blue Shift the MIT guys? That's the aerospace startup out of Massachusetts, right? They're from my neck of the woods, if I'm remembering right. Yeah. Bomber base. Or former bomber base. That's what that is. Those are the pits where they'd store bombers. And there's a really... How long is the runway? Hold on. Let me just see. I'm just trying to figure out what this thing was for. 10,000 foot runway? Bomber. Bombers. That's a wide freaking runway too. B-52. KC-135. Okay. Yeah, Fit. Those are the frick pads. Yeah, see how it's cordoned off? Yeah. Fully fueled bombers ready to go. And then the bunker that's next to it. That's the... If the alarms go off and those gates open, yeah, the poop has hit the fan. Gonna cover the RS-25 test. Yeah. Probably. Give me 1 second. Okay. Message from Nate. Why aren't you playing KSP2? Alright. We'll switch it over to the RS-25 test. Yeah. Lowering is way up there. Alright. So, we're going to switch to an RS-25 test here real quick. No.
A hot-fire test of an RS-25 engine is scheduled to begin soon on the Fred Hayes test stand at NASA's Stennis Space Center. Please stay tuned.
All right. Because firing a rocket engine in a tube usually doesn't end well, Erudite. How's it got them 2000 graphics? And Roy, it's cool that they stream this, but they could, dude, this could be done so much better. Like, don't get me wrong, like, this is fine, right? But I can't help but think, like, it's... Oh, there you go, Tigers. That's cool. Like, they just show the engine igniting, and then that's it. They don't tell you that this A2 test stand was historically used during the Apollo program for S4B and S2 testing, right? J2 engine testing and J2 certification for each rocket. They static fired every Falcon or Saturn V second stage here. And then after that, it was used for single shuttle engine testing. And this is where they use to test SLS motors. It's they say, oh, the historic Fred Hayes test stand. And that's fine and dandy, right? But, you know, this, you know, they don't say that, you know, the difference between a test stand and a launch pad. Like, dude, there's so much stuff that they could be doing here for outreach that they're just like, here, look at it, you know? But then again, I suppose if they were good at doing outreach like that, I wouldn't have a job, so I'll take care of it. So what we're about to see is NASA test out an RS-25. I'm pretty sure that this is an RS-25E test going on here. RS-25E is SLS's core stage engines, and it's particularly a Block 1B core stage engine, which is very, very, very... It's basically... First of all, it's a new construction motor. These engines are not legacy shuttle hardware. This is a... They reopened the SSME RS-25 production line, you know, as part of, you know, the SLS program for when they ran out of using shuttle parts. Because the first SLS booster that flew, the engines on it were ex-shuttle engines that had been modified to work with SLS. These engines are shuttle engine designs that were built and manufactured specifically for SLS, a little bit different. They are very upgraded. They're called RS-25Es. Continuing the legacy of the RS-25 program, because technically the Block 2 Space Shuttle main engine is called an RS-25D. That's its kind of internal name. They were called SSMEs. Now, don't get me wrong. RS-25s and SSMEs are two different things, right? But, you know, technically the RS-25D is the Block 2 Space Shuttle motor. Is this for the Artemis 2 mission? No. This mission here, I'm going to fast forward it a little bit. We should be seeing a fire here sometime soon. This is, oh, there it goes. All right. This one is probably going to be used post Artemis 4, so Artemis 4, Artemis 5, or Artemis 6. What's the flyaway price? I have no idea how much. I'd have to go look it up. It is a Block 1B motor, yes. Okay, so the engine should throttle back now, and you should see the shock diamond go forward. It should wind up here somewhere when they throttle the motor back. They're going to slowly ramp it down, if this is a normal ascent trajectory test. Yep, they're throttling it down. Okay, it should throttle up right now. You should start to see this go back down. No, it's, oh, there it goes. They cut the camera right when it was throttling back up. How loud is that? I wouldn't be standing near it, Goodger, without hearing protection. Over 2 minutes. We'll see if they go right for 10, Noswolf. They are 2 minute 30 right now. Yeah, Diddley, this is to test out the newly manufactured hardware. This engine is probably being used for developmental flight. So basically they're putting the engine through the paces of like the Artemis 3 or Artemis 4 mission trajectories, just to see if it can do it, or not to see, to prove that it can do it. That's the right way to say that. I'm not sure if that exact engine will be flying on Artemis 4. It might be a Pathfinder engine. So once again, like there are test mule engines basically where you use one engine to do all your testing, and then you make other engines based off of what you learned from the testing here. This could be a developmental engine. It could be the test mule, or it could be the an engine that we'll see in flight. I'm not 100% sure. It would be nice if they gave us that data, but yeah, that's what I mean about these casts. It's just literally a picture of whatever. The engine's throttled back up here. We're 3 minute 45 into the flight. There, they throttled it back a little ways. How much fuel do they burn? Good amount. Yeah, they're throttling it back. See how the cone's going more towards the engine? They throttled down here. It's an RS-25E. The E. Crossing the 5 minute mark now. Yeah, Robert, yeah, there you go. I would not park my car right there. Like, it seems Oh, something just fell off of it. I was about to say, it seems fine, but I also would not park my car there. A shuttle engine, Ken, having a vibration issue at 90%? Never heard of that. Yep. Everything's looking good here. We're a little over 6 minutes here. Yeah, Dark Knight, maybe. Oh, something's going on in the wind up there. So that's the turbine machinery. The cool thing is that NASA shows this stuff. These pipes, that's the... I can't tell exactly. That's either the oxygen line or the hydrogen line. So the RS-25, if you're looking at it from the top, like if you're looking top down, so if we had a camera up there looking down at the motor, there's 4 turbo pumps. There's 2 low-pressure turbo pumps at 12 and 6. And then there's 2 high-pressure turbo pumps at 3 and 9. So that's why that pipe goes kind of across and then turns down. Because that's the pipe that goes from the low pressure pump to the high pressure power head. That's why you see that it like appears to twist around and stuff. Per Chris B, this is just a certification engine. Cool. You wanted a front row seat. Yeah, there's other people parked there, but it's actually far away. That's just camera angle. Yeah, everything seems to be working okay here. Oh, it definitely... Rocket launches here that set off car alarms all the time, dude. So, in order for the flame duct in the flame bucket here to be able to withstand the rocket engine firing for this long, we just passed the 8-minute mark here. We should see a cutoff here in the next 2 minutes. They pump water into it. That's why you're getting these gigantic clouds here, because not only is the exhaust from the rocket motor water, a byproduct of a hydrogen and oxygen combustion is literally H2O. The H2 and the O combine after they cool off. We had engine stop. 8 minutes. Actually, that was 7 minutes and 55 seconds, guys. Give or take. No, it hit 500. 8 minutes? That wasn't it. That says 5, but that's not. That says 500 seconds, which is 8 minutes. But interesting. Hang on, let me back up a little bit here.
This concludes the live broadcast.
No, be quiet. Let's see. So, yeah, see, there's your low pressure to high pressure line there. And then there's so this is coming from the low pressure oxidizer or fuel pump. I'm not sure which one it is. It's hard to kind of say. I think that's the LOX line, I think. And then that would mean that that's the hydrogen low pressure pump. Then that goes around and down onto the other side. There's your avionics controller right there. There's some kind of accumulator here. I don't know what that's for. But yeah, looking at this, guys, this is a developmental engine. See all these tags and everything? all those yellow tags, like it looks like the wiring harness on the engine is just kind of all over the place. It's a developmental engine. The cable management on flight motors is a lot cleaner than this. Now, don't get me wrong. They might take this developmental engine and use it someday, but it would need to be taken apart and put back together. Though, yeah, it's sensors and stuff, Robert, exactly. DFI sensors, developmental flight instrumentation. Or test instrumentation in this particular case. What I want to do here is, let's get to the ignition time here. I want to see something. My timer, either my timer was a little bit off, so there's ignition. So we had a start at 95:13:25. So that means if they did a full 8-minute burn, that means this should be 21:25. Nope, that's the, okay, nope, that's not right. Hold on, let me back it up. I read the clock wrong because I'm an idiot. I need to see start time here because I don't think that made it the full 8 minutes if I saw that right. Okay, so they started at 29. That's when engine ignition started here. So 25 plus 8 would be 33. 33:29 is when we should see shutdown. Let's go all the way over here. Actually, let's back it up. We can figure this out another way too, just as a way to double check. So, okay, there's start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that's 1 minute, 60 seconds. There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2 minute. 3 minute. 4. 5. 6. Yep. 7 minutes. 8 minutes is right there. I want to see what that timer says. They did show the timer here at the end, I think. So 34:17, 500 seconds there, but they didn't show this camera at cutoff here. So we would, Fazili would 13:33:49. Okay, so let's back it up again here. Okay. There's 13:34:49, so we should be able to do on the YouTube player, should go back 6, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that should get you your cutoff, right? Okay, yep, 500 seconds on the dot. That was a standard ascent trajectory, guys. That was, yeah, that was on the money. My timer was just a little bit off. Yeah. That, it's weird because, yeah. So the last engine test that they did went beyond 10 minutes. It was another 2 minutes after this. Which is weird. Let me listen to the shutdown one more time. Pretty much reproduce. Yeah, it's a dynamometer for a rocket engine. Yeah, they use it. It's not just a dyno though. This thing is not just designed to tell you the thrust that the rocket engine is making. It's designed to. This would be like taking the telemetry from a car driving around a racetrack, like your throttle inputs driving around on a racetrack, and then having the engine on an engine dyno, and then putting the throttle inputs on the engine, going, it's not just a dyno. It's not just there to tell you thrust. It's there to tell you everything about how the engine is performing through the rocket's flight regime, But yeah, for the most part, it's a big honking dyno. It's gigantic. That building is huge. I mean, look at the staircases on the side, and that should tell you how big it is. Now, those are 2-flight staircases, if I'm looking at that right. So, so it goes up one flight and up another flight. So that's 2 stories right there. So, I mean, if you want to go from the bottom, right? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. That's 21 stories tall. 210 feet. Or 60 meters in change. That's not a small building. Might I suggest watching the 2013 TV movie Challenger Disaster if you hadn't already? It mentions issues with turbines in the engines. I've never heard of them having problems with the turbines in the RS-25s, Ken. 2, 4, 9er, 5, 6, 7, 8. A hotbox, I can't hear you. You're trailing off. Did I catch a 9er in there? Are you calling from a walkie-talkie? No, it's cordless. Maybe during development? During development, Phil, yeah. Getting the RS-25 to work was not easy to do because it's a rocket engine that can basically fire at ignition all the way up into space. That's hard to do, and it's even harder to do with hydrogen. Like, even trying to make something that works akin to the shuttle motor nowadays is still a complicated task. I suppose engines that are of equal complexity are like Raptor and BE4. Those are probably its closest kind of cousins, I guess, if we're rating engines in terms of like complexity. The RS-25, so the shuttle engine, Raptor, and BE4 are all insanely complicated. And then the RD-182. Those are all really complicated engines. They already did the test kill, yeah. It was just an 8 minute 20 seconds, so standard ascent, which is interesting. Yeah. That's interesting that they do that kind of test, because that doesn't seem like a MEO insertion. That seems like a low Earth orbit ascent profile. But yeah, everything looked good with the rocket motor. It looked fine. Anyway, yeah. Interesting. Give me 1 second. I'm just closing up tabs. Next spaceflight has an updated thing. Let me see. What's Mike saying for that Starship flight? Net April 17th. Yeah, so something. They were aiming for the 10th, dudes. But if my buddy Mike Baylor runs next space flight. If he has that listed at 17th, that's probably right. When's the 17th? Yeah, that's 2 weeks out. If he has that listed like that, that means, yeah, Michael is NSF. He works with NASA Space Flight a lot. He works with DAS a lot. He's a good dude. Yeah, he's if he reports the 17th, he's probably right. EJ, FYI, you probably mentioned this. I hear a very low rumble on your mic. That? It's just Starbase Live, dude. I'm just listening in the background. Let me see. It looks like Elon's prediction of weeks away may be more accurate than next week, but these things are always fluid. Yeah, I'm guessing that whatever's going on with this is holding them back a little bit. That umbilical is designed to automatically attach, and you can see that they got a whole team of dudes out there messing with the thing. Yeah, they stacked this morning, dudes. Yeah. Stack it up. They also have a cameraman up there. A cameraman? Thanks, Dad joke. So, fellas, what I was deep in thought about is that, you know, I kind of want to go mess with KSP-1 and go revisit that catch tower project that we were working on. Stacking did, yeah, stacking, they brought it all the way up and then they said, no, bring it back down. I did build the catch tower in Kerbal, and it actually kind of worked, but I'm thinking like building it with hybrid tech would probably be a good idea. Make that whole thing work. The person next to the ship on the top platform has a camera with a mic on top. Oh yeah, I see him up there. Yeah. Huh. Are there 2 launches on the same day from Kennedy on the 19th? Let me take a look. There's a Falcon Heavy, actually, on the 18th. I'm only seeing one here for the 19th, dudes. The next launch is on Friday. Oh, Thursday night into Friday. When does it fly? No earlier than April 17th. So the Viasat and the Astranus rideshare mission on Falcon Heavy is on the 18th, which is pretty cool. And then we have Transporter 7 right there. Maybe Stig, yeah, maybe. Oh, time shift. In my time zone, it says 19 for both. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, 7:36 to 9:33 would be during the same day if you're on the other side of the world, Sherman. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in here. Yeah, so Intelsat 40E and Tempo is on Friday, and then Transporter 7 next Tuesday, and then the JUICE mission, the Jupiter Icy Moons Explorer. That's a cool mission. Yeah, 17th and the 18th. That's going to be pretty crazy. Getting all the launches out of the way before the wedding. Let me take a look down here, Ewok. That's a lot of launches in the summer. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's a lot of launches. Ewok, we know good and well that one's going to go off during the wedding. Like, don't say when it is. I don't want people to know. But you know good and well that that's going to happen. Yeah, we got another Falcon Heavy teed up, dude. So, yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool. So, yeah, fellas, let's go. Let's mess with KSP-1. I'll work on the catch tower build. We might have to start from scratch because the other one is kind of broken. The last time I went and tried to get Mechazilla working in KSP-1, well, here, let me just show you. No, it's not W. I'm trying to find the picture. It's in my crazy amount of screenshots that we have going on here. Maybe that's it. Oh yeah, that's the last time I used the catch tower. Yeah, last time we did all that, it didn't end well. Yeah. Yeah, I might need... That craft file probably isn't working how I want. You're entitled to a day off or two. Have a guest host. Yeah. I mean, we could mess with KSP. Like, I want to do some Starship stuff right now, right? Because that's cool. Starship is the thing right now. But also at the same time, like how you can't really do Starship stuff in KSP2 right now. Like, I can't make the flappy wings. I absolutely can make the flappy wings in KSP1, though. Oh, hey, that looks like a Matt Lown video. Yeah. I remember the last time Matt was in here, I pronounced his name wrong, and then I felt really stupid after that. I was like, well, that's great. So, yeah, I'm thinking, let's go mess with KSP1, dudes. Let's do that. Because just for Starship stuff. I want to give Triton a mission, but building those dang landing legs, the game was really not cooperating with me. And I'm not 100% sure why. I can't figure out why that was doing that. RS-25 is your favorite engine? Me too, Griffa. I'm a big shuttle fanboy. I really miss it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I really miss the space shuttle a lot. I still think the space shuttle would be
Discovery, go
amazing
at throttle
if it
up.
was where... What the heck? Tommy, baby. Hey, Tommy, baby, take me to the moon. Hey, how you doing?
Discovery,
What's going
go
on?
at
You gonna
throttle
take you to the moon? You come in here, give me 20 subs. You embarrass me in front. You embarrass me in front of my chat. What the hell's the matter with you? What the hell's the matter with you? What's wrong with you? No.
Discovery, go
Thanks,
at
man.
throttle up.
I appreciate it. Dude, I was looking into the to that Falcon Heavy mission that you were telling me about. That's cool, dude.
Discovery,
That's
go at throttle
really
up.
cool. This is my condolence packets for not taking you to the launch. I have base clearance, dude. If I showed up, I'd probably get down there. I don't use that lightly, though. Let's just say they know me. They know me down there. Yeah, I could show up and be like, and they'd be like, but I don't do that lightly. You know what I mean? Show up. We can hold hands when the rocket goes up. I would absolutely do that. Let me ask Brimo. Let me ask my fiance if it's cool. I'll just get in my car and drive. When Atlantis flew for the last time, I only got to watch the landing. That's the only shuttle you got to experience. Griffith, that's a shame. I saw those things launch, dude. I used to live in Florida. They know you down at KSC. Not at KSC, Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, which KSC is on. Yeah. It's not technically on. It's the Eastern Testing Range, but you get the idea. He's the crazy guy that yells a lot. Yes, I am known for that. I am known at doing a death metal scream when the rocket goes off. Hey, I'm sorry. It growled at me. I needed to growl back. I felt I needed to T-pose to assert dominance and growl, all right? I don't know. It's a very visceral experience. But I'm not, yeah, I don't use that lightly, you know what I mean? Anyway, Middle Dish, thank you for the subs, dude. I do appreciate it. Like, I just want to make it very clear that I don't raid you and expect anything. I raid you because I like watching your stream, if that makes any sense. So, you know, you don't feel obligated to reciprocate, dude. I just like watching your stream, you know? Like, I'm not expecting. I know it's not an exchange. Right on, dude. Okay, cool. As long as we get that expectation going. I just like watching Scrum.
Discovery, go at throttle
Are
up.
you you're doing what's the other guy's name there, bud? It's just people being rad to one another. Right on, man. That's what I like to hear. What's your new character? Ronnie McMalligan. Oh, from Ontario. Very nice. I never thought I'd be into the RP stream, but Scrump's got you hooked. Dude, Me neither, Waz. I'm not even that much like a GTA RP guy. Like, I know other GTA RP streamers. Like, I know guys. One of my good buddies that works at Hoonigan does a GTA RP stream for No Pixel, and they're fun streams to watch. But damn, dude, Wild RP is on like another level. Like, and I'm not like trying to downplay No Pixel either. No Pixel, those guys put their heart and soul into those characters, right? But damn, dude, it's yeah, Wild RP is nuts, dude. Poison gifted 12 months of tier 1 sub to middle, dude. Oh my god. Okay. Are you in the right category? Yes, I am. No, guys, seriously. So, it turns out that when a trained improv actor does GTA RP, it's awesome.
Discovery, go and
It's
throttle up.
it's really fun to watch. Now that is Wild RP, indeed. Middleditch is Wild RP, but
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Middleditch is also a damn good actor, if I do say so myself. Yeah, pretty freaking good. But Stig, you didn't need to do that. You need to get 5 subs, man.
Discovery,
I
go
appreciate it though. Thank you. But yeah, dude, I love watching it. I never thought I would, but I'm sitting there listening to the Scrump monologues. It's pretty good. I guess you're happy you didn't fly to Texas for Monday. Yep. But anyway, Middleditch, thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it. Yeah, I appreciate it. It's cool, dude. Someday we will enjoy a launch together. That'll be fun. Maybe Middleditch should get a friend and do like a Netflix show or something where they do improv.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Yeah. That would be cool. Maybe one day. Yeah. Something like that. Like, just an improv special or Ben Schwartz. Anyway. They might be onto something. But yeah, guys, seriously, if I know that like GTRP and RDRP isn't for everybody, but seriously, go watch Middleditch. Be careful, you'll get hooked. I'm not even that big of like a Western kind of guy. Like I'm not Woody. It's Buzz Lightyear. You know what I'm saying? Buzz Lightyear all the way. But also at the same time, like it's pretty good, man. How do you think we'll feel once we'll live on Mars, Splint? What do you mean? Splint, I will consider my job complete if going to Mars is just something normal. Like what I do here on stream teaching people, I will consider my job complete. Somebody else can take the reins from there. Yeah, Vega, it does pull you in. Yeah, I did SAMP back in the day for GTA San Andreas. I did San Andreas multiplayer RP. I ran the National Guard. This was like 2009, 2010. Yeah, I ran the NG on there. So your boy's done GTA RP in the past, but only with San Andreas, not GTA 5. It's tough to do. It's a lot of commitment, dude. You really need to be committed. It's like acting, you know? But anyway. All right, guys. Sniper with a 68 month in there. Sniper, thank you. I do appreciate it. And Stig Robert, thank you for giving out 5 subs. Middleditch, you're the man, dude. Love what you do. Love what you do. All right, so this feels weird. We're back in KSP 1. It feels weird, but it feels oddly normal. So I want to play KSP 1 today, guys. Did you get to the moon? Yeah. Yeah, been to the moon. In KSP 2, yeah, been there a couple of times. What I want to do is try to build the catch tower that SpaceX is using to integrate Starship. I want to try to build it. I might be able to bust it out quick here. And I have built it in the past. I just don't think I have the craft file in here so much. Might be able to bust. Yep. I played a trucking server on GTA San Andreas. Nice. There you go. No, that planet challenge. Oh, the planet challenge. Yeah. I did the planet challenge going to Duna and the moon and stuff. Yeah, we definitely did it, dude. But, so, the developers didn't issue a challenge this week, but they kind of did, but they also kind of didn't. Yeah, Artemis 2 crew. Yeah. This was their April Fool's joke where they renamed Kerbal the Capybara Space Program, which is pretty damn funny, actually. They even drew up the concept art for it, that's pretty good. And then their challenge here, build a capybara. Design and launch one into orbit. Design and launch a capybara and land it on the moon. Design a capybara rover and take it for a spin. Build a capybara with the cosmic cheese and infinite melon. All right. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm all right. Dude, I'm okay. I'm okay. So, EJ, since you're playing KSP 1, you must hate KSP 2, since you obviously can't have the urge to play another game besides KSP 2, right? Jax, I'm wondering how many times that's going to get said today. But yeah, the last challenge that I did, Middleditch, we did do it. Yeah, we did do it. I built out a Saturn 1B, a Saturn 5, a Saturn 5 nuclear power, a nuclear-powered Saturn 5, and we used that to get to the moon. Low Kerbal orbit, the moon, and Duna. Yeah, I did it. I did the challenge. It was tough. It's tough in Kerbal right now. The trajectories in Kerbal, I think so, like, when you're trying to get back from Duna, or it could just be that I played KSP too much and I get tired after like 8.5 hour streams, 9 hour streams. But it seems like every time I try to get back from Duna or get back from another planet in KSP2, the trajectory lies to me. It says I'm going in one direction, so I burn in that direction, and then, you know, I fast forward the time so it doesn't take 3 years to get back, right? And I always miss. I'm like, okay. Yeah. That's why I was like, I rated you that one time. That was, dude, the last time. Like, the only other times I rated you, remember when I came in and said, like, the trajectories in KSP2 work like a Huli phone with nucleus? That was that day. I was so pissed. I was so mad, dude. I was like, this freaking piece of junk. Ah! You know? I was pissed that day, dude. So I'm like, I gotta watch Scrub. I gotta relax. Oh, my God. Dude, I sat there trying to get that dang mission back to Kerbin for like good 3 or 4 hours. Ugh. Dude, it was so embarrassing. That night I had a one of my buddies that I know that works for SpaceX. They were in the chat and they're like, "Oh, teach me how to play Kerbal 2." And I'm like, "I can't teach you if the trajectory's not right. I don't know what to tell you." And they're like, "Oh, I think I'm gonna hold off on Kerbal 2." And I'm like, "Oh my God." But anyway, yeah, that was the other day. Yeah, that was not fun. That was not a fun. That stream didn't end well. There's some degree of impatience, but there's also inconsistency with the nodes compounded with phantom forces. What mods do you run in KSP? It's very minimal amounts of mods. I have Kerbal constructs, Parallax, Astronomer's Visual Pack, and Waterfall. Alright, so I gotta see if my launch pad is actually in here. The pad that we made. Yeah, I wanted to work on Starship stuff today, Jackery. Yeah. It does. I do feel kind of at home here. Yeah, that's for sure. Here, let's get some Gran Turismo music going on. In other words, it's entirely understandable. Yep, yeah, dude, it was... Let me just kind of get my bearings here again. I haven't played Kerbal in a month. Actually, more than a month. I haven't played Kerbal in almost a month and a half. Oh, yeah. I remember now. That damn arm, dude. That thing was so hard to get right. But, dude, How awesome was this project? The station project came together and we finished the damn thing. So is this game basically done? What do you mean? You forgot KRPC. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, man. Alright, let's turn that down a little bit. Get the audio balanced right. The fact that this thing went together so well is actually really makes me happy. So is this game basically done like bugs and stuff? Kerbal 1 has not been updated in a long time. Finish the Grand Tour? Nah. Alright, we might need to make a new file here. So let's make a new file here and call it. Actually, you know what we should do? Hold on 1 second. Time to get into IK with KRPC? No. No, I'm good. I gotta transfer a craft file here. Let's mess with this. Let's go over here. Saves. Engineering mode. Ships. SPH. Let's go here. Copy this craft file. In here. Reload. Alright. Here. Alright, so sit back, relax, let me do my thing here. Alright, so, spaceship. We made this back in 2020. Let him cook! Indeed. Yeah. I think I could probably do better this time. Let's see what it does. Why not? Oh, the joystick. That's right. That's right. I can play with... Yes. I can play with my joystick. Shh. Functional cargo bay time? I don't know how we do that. Yeah, hang on, fellas. I gotta restart the game real quick. Nope, peep. No. Not like this. Not in here. Go away. I remember you had an old Mechazilla. Same concept? Yeah. Capybara. Alright, just needed to restart. I don't know how the heck I'm going to build super heavy. We might need to put engines in there that are the size of Raptor and then overclock them. We do want to build Mechazilla though. So I don't have that jib. Add time? If we had those cargo bays, the near-tech cargo bays from KSP2, maybe we could build a better starship, but we'll see. Let's see. I want to see if our starship from 2020 can fly. Only vans. Yeah, we have that. We have an only vans. Yeah. Here. Yeah, it's NSFW. It's not safe for wrenches. See? This is my only vans. You know, see? We got all kinds of vans. We got beach bum vans. We got vans that have been around the block. We got vans with the hood open. You know. Yeah. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff on here. Look, that van has its back door open. It's a backdoor van. There's vans that bounce. You know, we got all kinds of vans. We got box vans, big vans, small vans, my vans, your vans. Look at that one. It's great. Vans that you can plow with. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's okay. It's not against terms of service. Even shoe vans. Yeah. Topless. Yeah. We had vans with the hood open. We had vans with no hood. It's crazy, right? We get crazy in here. All right. Yeah, I know about the Renault Espace. The Espace with the F1 engine in it. That's pretty cool. It's pretty funny. Alright, so let's see what this does. Hang on. I think I need to... Okay, pin that window. Okay. No. Go away. Go away. Go away. All right, let's go. All right. Let's start with this. See if we can get this thing to work. Now, this doesn't have very good motor control hinges, to be honest with you. I could probably redo it with hybrid tech, the hinges, and get them to be a lot nicer. It does not like that. Yep, okay. It did not like the wings being folded like that. That was no good. Alright, let's see what you can do here. Alright. So, let's take this and go like that. Okay, there we go. Good to see Cal controllers. Yeah, agreed. Oops. Oh dear. Okay. Yeah, we really don't want this thing to fly. That's bad. Oh, I overpowered the wings. The wings are gimbal locked. Oh, yep. It's trying to wave at you, chat. That's what's going on here. Yeah, see, we need to do not this. There we go. I think. Yikes. Okay. All right, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Well. Hey, I was just doing my best impression of SN9, okay? All right, we were just doing our impression. It was just our best impression of SN9. See? Look. Just see? I think it was very accurate. Too soon, it had so much to live for. Actually, that was more like SN10. We did land. We landed with the right orientation. It was just too fast. Yeah, I know, Rendezvous. Can you believe that? It was just a freaking concrete slab out there. Now there's the freaking tower and everything there, man. It's unreal. So, okay, it's pretty clear that we need to give Starship we need to go over it again. But I wanted to build Mechazilla too, so that's good that we have this file now. So let's hit that recover button. Yeah, it went right. SN10 landed, and then it went right to its thighs, and then it blew up. You like propulsive landings, don't you, Squidward? Yes, SpongeBob, I do, I absolutely do. It'll go right to your thighs, and then you'll blow up. I use 2 pistons to retract a central fairing for a cargo bay. Let me see. Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah. Maybe you should use a giant net to capture a ship. Well, Willie, the problem with that is, you know, if you're trying to put a net underneath a rocket engine, usually anything that's underneath the rocket engine that isn't a flame trench, usually you lose. That's the problem. The one exception would be like test stands, launch pads, and then drone ships. Yeah, it doesn't really work too well. Thing almost flew like the shuttle. Alright, so let's go see if I can find my Mechazilla craft file here. I don't even know what I named it. There's Triton. There's the Triton craft file. I named it something weird. I know I did. Spaceship launch pad. 6/7, 2022, 2/16, 2/18, 2/18, 12. All right, so that's the most updated one. Let's grab that and bring that back over here. I will say one thing that Kerbal 2 has over Kerbal 1 is the load times. $1,127 parts. Okay. It's cold again today. I had to turn the heater back on. Hey, Will. What's going on? Let's build Mechazilla first, Oculus. If you made this, you're such a nerd. Oh, yeah, no, this was me. I made this. I want to build it over. I want to build it again. Make it better this time. It's all connected, Pop-Tart. It's all connected. So the problem with this is that every time I went to use it, it launched itself into space. But this with hybrid tech... Was the problem with the hierarchy? No, there's... Something's wrong with this craft file, dude. Alright, let's just leave that there for a second. And then let's undock this. That's supposed to happen, don't worry. See? Pretty cool, right? Just imagine if SpaceX put rockets on the pads this way. They will. Yeah. See, this craft file is very broken. Like I said, craft file's corrupted, dude. Very, very corrupted. Please hit spacebar. Why would I have those fueled? Come on. Come on, Zwain. Thought you'd know me better than that, man. Damn. Where's that even supposed to be? I don't know what that is, and I don't know why it's there. It's not in the SPH, if I'm remembering right, Oculex. This is why I want to try to build it again. Yeah, dude. So, let's see if we can, Oof. There's no flag on top of the tower. This is an old design, okay? No, 95, don't pin it. Because, first of all, people won't even notice. if there's no pin, they won't notice. And second of all, I'm kind of curious to see how many people ask today. Yeah, see? Yeah, this one is good, but that's a problem. We're in KSP 1 because I can't build this in KSP 2 right now, and I felt like messing with Starship stuff. Can you explain how the lifting mechanism works? Well, it's basically Zergaholic. It's exactly like SpaceX's. In fact, it's a copy of it, just in Kerbal form. I have rollers and tracks that roll up and down the side of the tower, and then I don't have cables like the real one does, but I have a bunch of hydraulics stacked on top of each other that can make the shuttle, the trolley, go up and down the tower. This thing kind of worked, but yeah. Yeah, and then, yeah, it's designed to catch the booster. But yeah, we have to go through and we have to change a lot of things here to get that to work right. And if we wanted to, especially if we wanted to integrate a booster or something, it has to be a lot stronger than just it bends holding that thing up. That's no good. Yeah, so I got to figure out how we should make that work. So yeah, let's. Like I said, there's something wrong with this craft file. Yeah, see, it's glitched. There's something wrong with it, so we're gonna need to figure this one out. You should have the pivot to open and close the chopsticks. This has it, Creeper. Do you think the world will ever see space elevators? Splint, they don't make sense on Earth, dude. On the moon, though, maybe. Our gravwell is too much of a pain in the butt to do something like that. But then again, a concept like a space elevator might be as foreign to us as the space shuttle would be to Leonardo da Vinci, you know what I mean? But does that mean Leonardo da Vinci wouldn't be able to understand it? No, he'd probably, if we explained it well enough, he'd probably figure it out. But yeah. In our lifetime, I don't know, man. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. It's easier to make a rocket. And when I say easier, I don't mean to imply that it's not like a challenging task that we shouldn't do. I think saying that it's easy is not is a little bit of it's a little bit easier is a little bit of an understatement. It's way easier to make an airplane. Yeah, Creeper, see? They open. Would it be possible to make action groups for it to do the maneuvers without having to click a bunch of different things? This thing's Dumbledore? Or my starship? Yes. Yes is the answer in both of those. I didn't really flesh out the design enough with this to make it like functional. Like it really can only catch a small booster right now, and therein lies the problem. It really, like, I'm not going to try to catch my Starship with this thing, or even catch whatever booster that we make for Starship with this thing. I don't think that's a good idea. But then again, in terms of user experience, I prefer to have manual lockouts for stuff. I don't like to use action groups because you could fat finger an action group, and there's no indicator to indicate that an action group is going until it's too late. So I like, you know, just for KSP1... I like to have manual backups. Everything is locked out until I need it. Yeah, it's kind of a rule of mine, dude, because I can't tell you how many times I've fat-fingered something out of chat's insistence to automate everything, and I've lost missions. I like doing it my way. You know? But yeah, you could automate all this. Heck, I have KRPC loaded up. I could write code for everything if I really wanted to. We could write code for this to work. And I could just have script. I could write code in Python and have the scripts run it. Okay, so let's figure this out. Stumbledore, did I finally tell you I landed on the moon in Minmus and made it back from both? Congratulations! Yeah, so Sun Temple, this craft file is corrupted. That piece over there, I don't know why this piece is over here. And if I try to select it, the game breaks. So we're going to need to figure this out. We're going to need to build another one. And I need to make this a lot stronger. This whole mechanism needs to be stronger. And then maybe with our other design, we can make the tower a little bit less parts. You're thinking way ahead of me, dude. I'm thinking just get the chopsticks to be able to hold up something. Yeah, they just need to be able to hold up a heavy booster. I haven't even gotten that far. The rollers do work, but we should hybrid tech them if that's what you're asking. Yeah, see, like, there's these pieces up here. Those pieces shouldn't be there. Interestingly enough. All right. Is hybrid tech like a mod? No, it's a build strategy, J-Nick, that I came up with for KSP. For KSP1. It makes stuff, you can basically make extremely strong hinges. Let me see if I have an example of some hybrid tech lying around. I'm sure we got something in here. Yeah, Splint, that's a smart idea. NASA even proposed doing an idea for building a transfer vehicle to Mars that spun end over end while it was going out to Mars. Yeah, then we canceled that because, yeah, we're idiots. I'm trying to find something here that shows off hybrid tech pretty well. The tilt rotor VTOL. Derek doesn't really. K29. So, all right. Take this auto gyro here that I have. So you see how there's a bunch of RCS around this? All right, here, let me put this out. I'll show you. You see how there's a bunch of RCS balls around it? Well, this particular system uses hybrid tech in a way that you might not think. Hybrid tech is using same vessel collision with physics-less parts in KSP1 to make stronger, well, anything. Those RCS balls that are around the engines in this particular design are a synchronizer. It's a synchronizer gear. So I have my synchro in here, right? And that's a rotor. And then attached out on the end of the rotors here is RCS balls that are in 6x symmetry that are basically a gear. It's a gear, right? And then on that's, there's the hinge for said gear. It's being held in place by a bunch of thermometers, right? But you see how that thing is turning. So watch this. So if I take this, right, and we remove it from symmetry, and then I increase its torque limit, well, guess what? That engine isn't being powered, but that rotor is still spinning. Hybrid tech in this particular case, same vessel collision, is being used to gear parts. So I could make two blades run off of, or two sets of rotors run off of one engine. Check this out. Ready? Increase the torque limiter there, and the gears, once again, one engine flying. We could take off with one motor. See what I mean? Yeah, it threw a bearing. Crap. Yeah, see, one of the housings broke. But see what I'm talking about? The blades are always synced. They're always synced up, and that's in real life. You need to sync up the blades on anything with two rotors. If they're not synced up, and if they're not synced up perfectly, it can create resonant frequencies due to differential gyroscopic precession. Basically, if one blade is spinning this way, the other one's spinning like this way, and they're a little bit out of sync, it can create basically a compounding resonant frequency that can torque and split a helicopter in half. I'll show you an example. So this Chinook, the rotors are on this Chinook test, the rotors are desynced on purpose. And when I say it's enough to literally split the helicopter in half if you don't have your blades perfectly synchronized, I mean it's enough to split the helicopter in half. See what I mean? You're tearing me apart, Lisa! So, yeah, you gotta keep your blades synchronized. Now, don't get me wrong, that doesn't really matter too much in Kerbal, but this vehicle here that I made was a test using hybrid tech to see if it did matter. And believe it or not, when this thing decides to not skip a teeth right there on the gear and actually hold itself in place, it's actually pretty damn strong. And I can basically fly on one engine, which is cool. That's a CH-47. Guys, it's a Chinook.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Super gyroscopic retro precession. Sure. That's not a Super Stallion. That's a Chinook. Not the same
Discovery,
helicopter.
go at throttle up.
So it's Spartan Kraken copter. Yeah. We can use that to make hinges. And we can use it to make stuff really, really, really strong. I'm trying to find a part here, or a vehicle that I have in this in this save here that does stuff like this. Aside from that one. Yeah, I don't think so. This is all Kraken drives and stuff. Maybe this one? No, that one needs hybrid tech. And yes, that's pretty much exactly what you think it is. It is a telescoping crane. And yeah, it can lift stuff up. Yeah, I don't think I have any of them loaded up in here. But yeah, that could use hybrid tech to hold it, but that's not exactly it. But anyway, it doesn't matter. So I want to use that to make Mechazilla. And once again, I have my old, this is the old version of it, but the old version is non-hybrid tech. This thing is just using same vessel collision on certain parts to get it to work right. And some smoke and mirrors. But we can do better. How about the X33 pad? I don't even think the X33 pad's loaded in the save, dude. I could check. I don't think it's here, dude. I just have the SSTO in here. Aqualex, I will say, I want to take this thing apart and incorporate hybrid tech into its design. This thing with hybrid tech would work. Which is ironic because this project failed, right? And the thing that I needed to make it work, I discovered 6 months after I stopped working on it. I did not plan that, and that's honestly a very strange parallel to the real one. So that's Venture Star, guys. I made Venture Star, and I made its entire pad as well. So this thing could land on the runway, and then I could drive it over to the pad, roll up to the pad, reattach it to the pad, turn it upright, and launch. Updated Terran R design from the stream today. What was needed to fix it? Hybrid tech. The hinges couldn't hold up 2,000 tons. Okay. Want to go to space in a golf ball? Yeah. Wait, what? This doesn't seem to have a reusable second stage. This is from the NSF forums. Huh. A cousin of yours works at Relativity? That's cool. Interesting. Alright, well. Yeah, it looks like they're gonna do first stage reuse first. But just kind of a passive thought in my mind. First stage reuse is all fine and dandy, and then we'll focus on this later is all fine and dandy, but honestly, I've noticed that doesn't really end very well. What do I mean by that? Interim solutions don't work well. Like saying, oh yeah, we'll reuse the second stage later is like, you know what, you should probably just work on that now, you know. Or they don't want to show off their stage 2 solution. All right. Anyway, so let's get to this. So we got to build out a good platform here. Okay, let's do this. So get the fuel out of that, shut it off, enable the auto strut. So that's our root part right now. I just got to build out a we got to build out a platform for it. Oh, okay. Hold on. Oh, my SPH camera. So nice. All right, cool. So let's go in here like this. So first thing we got to do is build out the platform for it. We got to build something for the pad to stand on for our Mechazilla. And the thing needs to be heavy because we're going to be moving heavy stuff around. So this is kind of my garden variety platform mount piece that I have here. We use these fuselages and stuff and just put them on their sides. It actually makes a really, really good little platform. And I'm going to use the hierarchical design that we've used on past launch pads. So basically, copy this thing. Place it there. Copy this thing. Place it there. Cool. So now we got a platform to build stuff on. Like I said, you got to anchor it to something or else it's not going to work. So now we got to go in here, and then we got to add struts. Oh, so nice. This is just to make it stronger and hold the segments together. Just in the spirit of time, I'm doing this a little quick. If this was like a finalized project, I would really take the time to place all these struts exactly similar. There we go. Now we just got to go in here and do the same thing again. Kerbal 1 doesn't copy over struts as well as Kerbal 2 does. Just on a side note, so... Did you catch this? No. What's up, man? Don flies rocket-powered spaceplane. What's that? Don Aerospace conducted the first rocket-powered flight to the Mark II spaceplane at New Zealand's Gen 10 Aerodrome. Wow. Oh yeah, the Mark II Aurora. A scaled-down version of the spaceplane Don is developing for commercial operations. Took to the skies March 29, 30th, 31st. Look at that thing. Super, yeah, Starship stuff. I wanted to... They stacked Starship today, so I wanted to build a new Mechazilla out. Here, let's switch it up from the GTA music. Or, not GTA, from the Gran Turismo music. I'm so not used to having music play in the background, dudes, which is weird because we did it for like a decade, right? Here we go. What was that aircraft? The Dawn Aerospace Aurora 2 space plane. It's where we would have gone eventually after the X-15 if we weren't under a time crunch. Yeah, the synthwave, man. You guys remember that? Good time. I forgot to close out all these fuel tanks. Crap. Yeah, if I ever have something that needs fuel on this, closing out these fuel tanks gets you a good reading on how much fuel you have, so I always close them out because I'm not using them as fuel tanks. They're definitely being used as a foundation, but don't tell Kerbal. Jeb doesn't know the difference. Imagine if they got an RDE into it. That'd be cool, man. Yeah, that'd be really neat. Alright, so we need to build chopsticks that we have before. So what I'll do is I'll save this. The Dawn Mark II Aurora. Yep. I kind of want to go and look at this, but this thing is you got to be careful. This is a corrupted craft file. We know it doesn't work right. In fact, I want to see if pulling it in brought in a null. Yeah. Okay. So how did I make that? It's an SRB, right? But it's got hinges on it. So the SRB is a good idea. So I'll make a new set over here. I'll make a new trolley and chopstick assembly here. Oh, thank God. All right, so get rid of that, set it to grandparent. So we need to make a new set of chopsticks, but we need to use hybrid tech to hold it in place. Ice King, thank you for the raid. It's Mechazilla, Z-Money, the thing that stacks Starship. See that tower? I'm gonna make that. I've already tried to make it before. That other version is corrupted though, and it doesn't work very well. I want to make this. See that sucker right there? I want to make it. King Raid, what's up, Urban? How you doing? So SpaceX stacked Starship today. I'm not sure when the launch is going to be, but yeah, they definitely did. Hey, I saw one of my videos in your feed. Told you I subbed, dude. Duh. I wasn't lying. Alright, so let's take a look. So how I did this over here was I had two sets of hinges. Okay, so we had master hinges for one chopstick, and then left and right hinges for each chopstick. Okay, cool. Urban, nice to see this build back. Yeah, man. I'm more impressed by the tower. It's a pretty awesome piece of equipment, Super, and I'm gonna try and build it. And we can't do that really in KSP2 right now. Hopefully someday in the future. But yeah, without robotics or anything, that would be a really difficult project to do. It's nice. It feels comfortable being back in KSP 1 with all my cow controllers and whatnot. Okay, I'm going to rebuild that here. So take this and rotate this like that. All right. So I was using these types of hinges. These hinges are pretty good. I don't know if I have them overclocked here. I don't think I overclocked them in that design. That's up and down. That's the hydraulics overclock. His arms wide. That's opening up the chopsticks, and that's moving them in tandem left and right. Okay, so I didn't overclock these hinges. They were locked out of the gates, though. And that was a problem because those things weren't very strong. They need to be stronger than that. So I'm going to mimic basically what I had in this design. Right? And then down here I had another set. Now, I had I-beams that were attached to this and then strutted to those. And then this hinge was designed to move with that hinge. And then that hinge was designed to move with that hinge. The idea is that you can get the chopsticks to move left, you can get the chopsticks to move right, or you could center them and move them apart like that. You needed 4 hinges to do it because I need 2 hinges per. But I don't want to do that way on this design. Not this time. Not this time. No, false. It's fiction. We made it up. We made it up. So what I'm going to do here is get myself some hinges, right? And the hinges will be in the center, right? And instead of one set of hinges being strutted to another set, we're going to do a hybrid tech bearing instead. So I'll still have one hinge that's designed to go to the left, one hinge that's designed to go to the right, and then when I want to move both the chopsticks in one direction or another, the hinges will work synchronously. Mechazilla, his arms wide. Did you see that they're using HTP, hydrogen peroxide, plus kerosene, catalyst ignition, deep throttle, electric pump, mono and bipropellant modes, and that's what's already flying? No, that's impressive, dude. I don't really know too much about that. But that's cool. Alright, so now here's how hybrid tech works, guys. Here's what we're gonna do. Let me get my thermo bearing out. Did I ever make a spectro bearing? I don't think we did. Nope. This is sub-assemblies right here. Novaraptor here. So, check this out. So, what this is an RCS ball with thermometers going around it. Seems, yeah, okay. So what? That is actually a bearing. It's a holder. If I take these RCS balls, that RCS ball and the 6 thermometers, right? And I put them on the SRB, and then I take a singular RCS ball, attach it to the hinge, and then move that into position, and then set the action group flags for this to be a same vessel collision part. Well, the physicsless parts in KSP2 get a little wonky. They do move around a lot. The physicsless parts in KSP1 They don't drift, they don't move, they don't bend, and it's very rare that they break. So the idea is anybody that's played KSP1 and used the robotics from the Breaking Ground expansion know that these things do bend. They do bend and flex. They're not very strong. The rotating joint here is not strong. So hybrid tech will allow me to make a joint here that's very strong by using vessel collision in the game to make sure that it, well, stays nice and strong. So that type of bearing is good, but I think we can do better. I have better types of, we can make better versions of this. That one is used for, this is a light duty bearing. I use this to make landing legs for my Falcon 9 style rocket Condor back in the day. In the exact same way that if you watch a stream yesterday, we were trying to get the landing legs to fall into position and undock. Like they decouple and then they fall down into position. Yeah, the hinge design that we came up with for that was the thermo bearing. The reason why I call it the thermo bearing is because it's thermometers that are acting as a bearing. Yeah, I know, engineers, what do you want? All right, so there are, this thing works, but you do this, it can, the hinge can snap, it can break. It doesn't break by like actually breaking apart. What happens is that if you push too far on one side or another, the RCS ball will miss a fizz tick and it'll just go through. It'll phase through. So we don't want that. What I want is another design that we have called a spectro bearing, okay? So the spectro bearing is this. This is what we want here. So do this. Go up like that, down like that, go here, shut the RCS off because I don't want that going off. And we will use a science part called the fluid spectrometer. Put that in 6x symmetry, right? And then use absolute. Use absolute to move this into position. And now what we can do is I can take this and we could rotate this like that into position. And what I can do is I can use the colliders from the thermometers and measure them up against the spectrometers here to make sure that this thing is, the diameter of this is correct. There we go. Now this hinge design is very strong. The reason why is because, well, the outside of this thing that holds that in place is, they're really thick, they're parts with a really thick collider, so it's very unlikely for something to skip out of this thing. There is one more thing that I want to do to make sure that we get this right. That's I want to make sure that these are absolute snapped like that. And then what I'm going to do is move them down into position like this. Cool. All right, so I'm just going to leave the thermal bearing on the side there just for now. What are you building, Cat? Mechazilla? This thing? See this thing over here? This big tower that stacks Starship? Here, let me show you. Yeah, see that? I want to build that. Fuel is not in that ball. No, Pacey, no. See what I'm talking about? If you've been following Spacelight, you know what this is. Basically, it's a launch tower, like you'd see, kind of like it, you know, like Apollo shuttle stuff like that. It's called GSE in rocket science, ground servicing equipment. The crazy thing about the GSE for Starship is that the ground service equipment actually assembles the vehicle, which is pretty freaking impressive, if I do say so myself. Yeah, so we can, like, lift Starship up like that. I want to see if we can make it in KSP-1. Because SpaceX stacked Starship today. If you look, the Starship is on top of Super Heavy. The reason why is because SpaceX is getting ready to launch this thing. I don't know when, but it's going to be soon. I'd say weeks instead of months. So I'm looking to make that in KSP2 right now. I know this doesn't look like much, but I have an older version over here. The problem is that if I tried to pick anything up with this, it bends out of position. That's why I'm working with my hybrid tech designs here. You'll see what I mean by that in a moment. Just tuning in, will your version of Mechazilla be functional? Yes, Fat. Yes. Is it all remote controlled? It is, Keen. Yeah. Dude, it is no joke. Alright, so I want a set over there, and I want a set of them over here. And what I'm doing is I'm going to line up my custom-made hinges with the robotic hinges. So if I put parts that, if I use RCS balls that fuel is not stored in, inside of here, when the hinges move, if I set these things for same vessel collision, right? When the hinges move, the RCS balls will act as a hinge inside of these things. Very, very useful. That's what hybrid tech is. You can essentially create something that is infinite, a hinge that's infinitely stronger. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We get another set of RCS balls. Right? Take one here, like that, shut it off. And for this one, I want okay, let's do 4. So what we do is we go in here like this. I snap this to the rotating axis of the robotic, and then we move it back in here like this. Okay, so that one is in its housing. Now we take one from here, do the same exact thing. All right. Actually, we might not need, I might not need that. Let's just use one set of spectral bearings for now. Ship 24 quick disconnect is going in. Oh, there it goes. They're attaching the fuel umbilical. Let me just back it up, see if we can see it move. Cool. That's the fuel line for Starship. See, the thicker tube is liquid oxygen, and the smaller one is liquid methane. That's basically the fuel umbilical for to load up Starship. Cosmo, what's going on? Hinged balls, yeah. What does the remote controller look like for that? It's a computer. This is live, or it was. That's live right there. So this thing is on hydraulics and it can move around and find the umbilical. And there it goes. Come on. Come on, Das. Zoom in on it, buddy. Is Starship going to fly today, Cosmo? Nah. It's probably going to be... We all thought it was going to be next Monday, but I don't think it's going to be next Monday. I'm saying the Monday after that, so like the 17th or something. How do I know? Just a gut feeling. I don't think they're close to launching right now if they can't get the damn umbilical to connect. Because you looked at a schedule and said it's the 17th. Yeah, but Jackal, if I did that, there'd be people that try to be smart about it, like you in chat, and say, well, you don't know that. Yeah, it's kind of damned if I do, damned if I don't, bud. Next space flight isn't the end-all, be-all of evidence, dude. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Okay. There we go. So that's... 2 of these are attached to that, and 2 of them are attached to that. See that? There we go. Okay, so now what we need to do is do the same thing. But you, never mind. If Mike says it's right, then I trust him. But also at the same time, dude, that's not verified information, and I have a thing about that, you know? Because I don't like it when other people do it. So why, if I don't like it when other people do it, why should I? You know what I'm saying? What are we building? I am working on building the mechanism that can pick up Starship. This thing. See this dark thing over here? In the tower that it's attached to? That's what I'm working on. Okay. All right, let's do this. Okay. How much does Starship weigh fully loading? Fully loaded? Oh. Probably like 400, 500 tons. Or 5,000 tons, excuse me. It's, Gujar, it is no joke, man, how big that thing actually is. So now I'm enabling this for same vessel interaction. Okay, so hey Bales, what's going on, buddy? I've been able to watch lately. What's your overall take on KSP2? It's early access, man. It's early access, but it's early access done right. They're releasing patches on a periodic basis, but the game is pretty rough right now. They're basically following in the exact same path as KSP1. So yeah, if you're into early access, jump in. And I've had my fun with it, dude. I've had my fun. The only reason that I'm playing KSP1 right now, dude, is because I want to build Mechazilla. I want to see if I can build Mechazilla with my hybrid tech designs. Yeah, I want to see if we can. And that's just not something I think that we can do in KSP2 right now. First of all, I need robotic parts to do this right. And yeah, I need my physics-less parts as well. So here, fellas, let me show you what I'm talking about with this. Actually, I don't need that. I have it in a sub-assembly. So watch, right? Anybody, you know, Anybody knows Kerbal knows good and well what's going to happen when I do this. Right, so we have hinges, and way out on the end of the hinges here, I'll put a fuel tank. It doesn't have to be anything crazy. Let's just put a 9-tonner, right? Let's put it on both of the hinges. So what's going to happen here when we go to launch this? What's going to happen? What is it going to do? We can get rid of that in the background. So let's put a battery on here just so we have some. So we have some power, and I'll just put a solar panel on here for testing, right? So if I go to launch this without the hinges colliding, you know what's going to happen. Yeah, we all know. But I'll do it just to show you. So, watch. Is performance still heavy on KSP2? There's a CPU bottleneck with the procedural quaternion system. So their terrain generation system is bottlenecking the CPU. And that's keeping simulation rates down right now. They are redesigning it. Yeah, they're redesigning it right now. So, look, we got 9 tons of fuel hanging on the end of that. The hinges are bending out of control. Right? Those hinges aren't strong enough. This is the problem I had with my old Mechazilla design. Right there. See that? That's not going to hold up very much. However, if we go back to the spaceplane hangar and I just give those things something to stay in place for a moment, or let's lock these things out. Lock these things out with no damper, right? And let's set auto strut on this. The auto strutting is not going to be what makes the difference here, but I still want to show you. So you saw those things, they just kind of flopped out of control, right? So now that this is locked, right? Let's go in and let's launch it again. So the hinges being locked in place are just going to make it so it doesn't drift. But if I unlock the hinge, it'll absolutely bend out of control, right? So, that's not good. Let's unlock one. We unlock one, it's going to drift out of control, right? But now what I'm going to do is hit 1. I'm going to hit 1, and I activated the colliders on those hinges right there. And I'm going to unlock the second one. See what I'm talking about? Way stronger. And I know what people are going to say. Well, the EJ, that bent down a little bit. No, it didn't. It bent the whole tube. The whole tube is going that way, or going that way. It bent the entire thing. This whole thing is now bending that way. It's actually, if you look at the I-beams right there, right? And the SRB, they're pretty much parallel. So if we set traverse rate, watch. See, this can move around now. Yeah, perpendicular, not parallel, yeah. See, now it's super freaking strong. The fact that that's holding up and it's actually bending this tube. It's bending the SRB on its mount, Makes that really good. That's the kind of strength that we're looking for here. That will be the type. That would be something strong enough to hold up the like a rocket booster landing or something. Now what I'm gonna do is we're gonna get. I don't want the auto struts on there. What I will do is just get struts in 2x mirror symmetry and just put some struts in here to hold this thing. Hold this thing up. Right? Now what we'll do is go in here like this. Hey, Chief. What's up, buddy? Please hold. See, they're still bending. Not good. But they're not bending as much. Oh, go away. Stop it. See, the deflection pretty much stays the same no matter what. But, you know, I kind of want to go in here and see exactly what's bending. The hinge is still bending a little bit. See that? She's still bending. Just a smidge. But the cool thing is that if I do this... See? The hinge moves. But it looks like we don't have a tight enough tolerance in there. See? It likes to move around. And that's what's causing our bending. See? That's wiggling around in there. We have to close up the bearing clearance there. Have I seen this interactive map of Mars? Probably not. Oh, that's cool. Really neat, Mutter. Let me take a look. Oh, there's Valle Mariners. That's a big valley, man. Cool. Can you do your hat test on a certain person in chat? Hot Dog Hans, what does it say on my hat? Yep, there's the Jezero crater. Actually, that's the Jezero crater. Serious, I swear, dude, that's a person. It's a person. It's not a bot, I swear. What bot asks my mods to be unbanned and has conversations with them? I mean, it could be at this point. I don't know. Who knows? It's not Grab Shark, I swear. This is cool, man. Where's the Mons? It's EJGPT, yeah, right? Chat PT. Hey, Hot Dog Hans, who are you talking to? Who are you talking to? You're talking about your age and other countries. I don't know what you're talking about. And I'll say it once, I'll say it again. You don't keep, if you just want to talk about what you want to talk about in my chat, well, that makes my job harder. All right? So please stop doing that. I mean, you keep doing it, I'm going to ban you. I'm going to ban you. I'm so tired of this, dude. I deal with this every day. It's getting old. That's cool. Make, if he says one more thing that's off topic or doesn't acknowledge us being here, just cut the rope, dude. It's the same guy, Hando. That same guy, first of all, he evades my bans, comes back with another username, and then just starts talking about random stuff in chat. Dude, I'm telling you. But sometimes I have conversations with these accounts, which is so annoying, dude. Like, the guy comes in, has a conversation with me, like, and then if I'm, like, skeptical, I'll ask a question, and it replies. He or she replies, right? And then 5 minutes later, like clockwork, just start talking about random stuff, dude. So either somebody out there is like a sadistically persistent son of a gun, or this, I don't know what's going on here. It's so strange, dude. Well, ban evasion is pretty frowned upon on Twitch, and I've been pretty laissez-faire about it, dude. That's crazy. What is that? Oh, that's the poll. That's curiosity, if I'm looking at this right. It's the Gale crater. Yep.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Look at that sucker. See what I'm talking about? Would a bot do that? Same guy, dude. And this guy isn't malevolent or anything. Just, yeah, it's very strange. Very strange behavior. Cool. Mutter, that's really neat, dude. Alright. Let's tighten up the tolerances here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
See what I mean? Would a troll gift you subs and then subscribe to your channel? Like, I don't... This is why I don't know what to do here, you know? Like, I don't... I don't know. I'm just gonna let it ride and we'll see what happens. It's very strange behavior. Okay, see, there's definitely a tolerance here. Let's try that. Let's squeeze those things in a little bit more. Like I said, just very peculiar behavior. Hey 12, what's going on? See, watch, fellas. Like, watch. Stop now, but it'll be back. Probably on a different account or something. This happens almost every day. Well, it's been happening more lately. It's not almost every day, but you get what I'm trying to say. Alright, let's see how strong this is. That's cool, 12. Right on. I just like your stream, much respect. I appreciate it, man, but you gotta understand that you're just saying that random stuff in chat. Like, I try as best as I can to keep up with chat, and it makes it harder for me to keep up with chat when you're just saying random stuff in there. Like, you don't, please, man, you're making my job way more difficult. Like, I understand that you like the stream. That's great. Thank you. But it really, really makes it harder for me to keep up. Alright, here we go. Save. Like, hot dog odds, I'm not saying don't talk in chat. You can talk in chat. Just, if it's about said subject matter, I would really, really appreciate it. But yeah, right on. Thank you for gifting the sub, and thank you for subscribing. I do appreciate it. Alright, let's see. Let's unlock the hinges. That's still moving around just a smidge. No, floating disc, I haven't messed with it. Yeah, see, it's still moving around a little bit. Not much, but it's moving around. Just a smidge. We don't have the tolerance. Tolerance is exactly right. So what I'm trying to do is make the chopsticks here. That's on Starship. I'm trying to make Mechazilla. It's this tower that I can actually move Starship around. I'm trying to build it, and the first thing starts with making those chopsticks work. Yeah, see those things right there? Gotta get those to work. Alright, we gotta go a smidgen in. They just did a full speed quick disconnect. Oh, cool. Alright, so just another thing that I'm going to do to make it a little bit easier to test. I'm just going to strut these here. I'll strut the tanks just down here for now so they don't move when we bring it out onto the pad. So I can activate the hinges a little bit easier. So Mazda, they just did a full speed QD retract. Let me take a look. Let's see. Cool. That's cool. So that's what the umbilical's gonna do when Starship launches. That's cool. Really, really neat. Oh, they're bringing it back again. Yeah, Pop, they have, interestingly enough. Still makes the hinge want to move it. Oh. Oh, that's why that's moving around. Hold on. Yeah, Arglex, that's right. That quick disconnect is not small. Yeah, I really realize that whole assembly is like 2 stories tall. Kind of changes things, huh? Yeah, I have to retoggle because I copied the parts. This might be a dumb question, but is Starship hollow minus the tanks? Yeah. Yeah. There's 2 tanks in the back. The engines are down the bottom. So you have the engines down the bottom, LOX tank, methane tank, and then area for a payload bay, and then there's fuel tanks up in the nose, and those nose fuel tanks are for balance when you're going to land. They're called header tanks. Huh. see what's going on in here. I see what's going on in here. Okay. Header tanks are still part of the design, Pacey. Yep. What made you want to go back in KSP and take up this project? Mostly, mostly what you see on the screen right here. That and there's really no challenge for KSP2 right now. There's no weekly challenge, I should say. There's the Copybearer one, but that's April Fool's. So I'm going to make this in a slightly different way now. What we'll do is have, I originally said 2 sets, and I think 2 sets are the right move. Well, 95, what's going on is that I have the hinges, right? I have these things right here. One of them, like every other one is attached to every other hinge. So that's hinge 1, hinge 2, hinge 1, and hinge 2. And that's all fine and dandy, but these are spherical. They're not cylindric. So what's happening is one ball on top of the other is actually, it's sliding around on top of it. And also gravity is pushing it down. And that's okay, that's fine, but yeah, it's not... I gotta change some things up. So the first thing that we're gonna do... actually is take this and I'm gonna have these ones on the bottom here. I'm gonna move these forward with local orientation so we don't lose our tolerance, right? And I'm gonna have the hinge facing in the other direction, so that RCS ball is holding everything in place instead of the hinge sliding out the bottom and causing it to bend. Second thing I'm going to do is add 3 RCS balls inside of each here. So 3 will be for that one, 3 will be for that one. I'm basically going to change up how we did this just a little bit. So we got to mess with this a little bit. We can get rid of that, and we can get rid of these ones as well. I think we have the tolerances correct. It's just not... See how alternating? Alternating kind of works, but once again, the mass is pushing down on these things, and it's because they're sphericals. They're basically ball bearings. They slide around. The reason why they slide around like that is because Kerbal, the collider to any part moving around in Kerbal is technically a parented part to the object orientation, or the object, translational transform. All right, so every part in KSP has like a center, right? See that centerpiece? That centerpiece is a transform that exists in 3D space. The transform basically assigns, it's the coordinates for it, right? And just like a craft in KSP, that's the parent part. The transform is used, or a locator, or whatever it's called. It could be, they're called a bunch of different names depending on the CAD system. That part right there is your parent. The model for that is a child part, and then the collider is a child part to that as well. And the relationship between the hitbox, the geometry, and your root part, your root transform, so origin, they can move. It drifts. It will drift. Oh yeah, that happens. Yeah. So I have a way to make this a little bit stronger. Basically, the idea is that instead of going alternating, I'm going to put the hinges in line. And then the other thing I want to do is make sure that we're equidistant from where the hinges are. So I'm going to basically measure 1.5 meters down from either side. And make sure that my hinge positions are correct. All right, that's where that needs to be. And then I need another one of these on top. Hinges aren't going to look like they're equidistant, but yeah, they will be. Let's just move that out there. Hey Novus, don't know if you've seen this. It was released recently. I know Moon to Mars came out, dude. Yeah, they started the Moon to Mars office, which is good. Now's the time to do that. Strategy, objectives, development. Oh, that's my pudding right there. I tell you, that guy is just the master of talking about cold desserts after dinner. All right, scope. That's what I want. The scope used for the development strategy and top level goals and objectives assumed neither a weighted focus on returning to the moon nor moving swiftly to Mars. Instead, the Moon to Mars endeavor embraces the need to do both, with an eye towards future exploration. The strategy allows for humanity to adapt. To adapt, live, thrive, navigate, produce, and prosper in each new domain, which then prepares for the next. For the dawn of time, this has been humanity's exploration tactic. As an example, low Earth orbit first. First humanity arrived, then thrived, then learned to live and produce, and a robust low Earth orbit economy blossomed soon after. Novus, this is great. This is perfect. I'm going to be a little bit cynical here and say they had a plan for this 10 years ago. Or, well, it's not 10 years ago anymore. They had a plan for this 13 years ago. That was pretty concrete. You know. Let's see if it pays off this time. Let's see if it pays off this time, dude. Is that Scott Manley's graphic? Unhelpful cultural behaviors. Optimal systems engineering guides the workforce towards a common vision. If realized, any of the risk or combination thereof can lead to unhelpful organizational cultural behaviors that frustrate the process. Fears of being cut. Well, at least they're addressing the elephant in the room. Yeah. I'll say it again. The last time we had a program that we engineered out without fear of having its budget cut, its budget got cut. I'm not trying to be a dick. I swear. I really want them to do that, dude. And you know what? It's actually pretty good that they're addressing all this. Yeah, you don't engineer a program. You don't say, oh, what they're asking us to do is going to cost $100 million and they're giving us $20 million. You don't go back and say, oh yeah, it'll work just fine. Right? Even though you know good and well it's not going to work. That's not a good way to engineer. That's part of the reason why SLS took so freaking long.